day to you. Good day to you. Good evening. Oh my.
Oh, you're drunk. Good morning, you heathens. No. Good morning. Oh, we got a Yolky drop. Is it not? Are you gonna land or what? Alright, let's go. Come on. Come on. Is the badunky dunk gonna do it? Yes! Good job, Billy. Hopefully that will transfer over to the chatting screen. There we go. Good morning! Hello, everyone. Good mornings. Right, let me go to the beginning. Hi, V-Drop. Welcome in. GG's on first. You've been first 7 times. That's a lot. Good job. And Kel's GG's on second. How you doing, cutie? My purple princess. Got alert tonight, but I'm cheering for you in the background. All good. I appreciate it. Alert is always welcome. And Yusuf, GG's on third. How you doing today, Yusuf? Welcome on in. And Billy coming in with the confusion. The purple name? What is that about? I was like... I'm a chameleon and I can't decide what colour to use though. I'm sure you'll figure it out. You'll find what works for you, what feels right. Hi Saves, morning, dinner party. Hi Saves, good morning. I hope you're doing well. But you did keep up. It was my first message with that colour. Oh yeah, no, like straight away. Like when people change their colours and I'm quite used to them, I'm like, what is this? Hi Horror, welcome in. I hope you're feeling better now. Batman, yeah boy. How you doing today, boy? That Mo is actually very cute. It's like a little possum. How are you? I'm good. I'm good. I feel a bit like sleepy, but apart from that, I'm good. I'm good. I'm excited to play more Batman. But now I changed my badge. This is true. This is true. Wow. You're just on a whole new level today, Billy. Master Dropper. It's the badunky dunk. Hi, T. Hi, Yusuf. Hi, boy. Good morning, Yusuf. Doing well? I'm glad to hear that. I'm also doing well. Got up, turned my PC on, uploaded one of my Elden Ring VODs. I've got 2 Elden Ring VODs to go, which hopefully I'll finish after stream. Because I want to start uploading my Lego Batman ones. Like, because it's like, you know, popular at the moment. So I'm like, that would be silly not to start uploading. So, yeah. The Elden Ring VODs have taken me so long. So long. I want to be like on top of it, like as soon as I do a stream, upload it like after, but I did not do that. Sorry, I'm distracted because Fluff's playing with something and it's confusing me. Hopefully she's not lost it. Have you lost it? I think it was like a crinkly ball and it's gone under the chair. I'm sorry, I have to rescue the crinkly ball. Give me a sec. Where's it gone? I've acquired the crinkly ball. Do you hear that? Some ASMR. There you go. Right. Wait, crazy. Did you say some? Did you redeem your tea leaf and I missed it? Wait. Or was it Billy being purple and it confused me?
Boop.
Crowley! Thank you for the sub! Oh my goodness. Been subscribed for 5 months. That's some crazy stuff there. Thank you, cutie. Hope you're doing well today. Maybe I didn't miss crazy. I think the purple confused me.
I love you.
Where did I get to?
Okay, I like it, Picasso.
Oh my god, so many. Hang on, let me catch up my brain. Give it a break. Give my brain a break. I'm not doing the greatest today, still sick, and also found out those puppies were scams. How are they scams? What do you mean? How does that work? I'm unhinged. Please find my hinges. This is not Nem stream. I can't tell you. Can't tell you that. Splattered around the ground. It's like a crime scene. Hi, crazy. Welcome in. I don't know why I thought I saw you earlier. Maybe it's just the purple. I'm used to just you being purple. I don't know. Wait, who's Fluff? My cat. My cat Fluff. Somewhere over there. You can look in the Discord.
Mean.
Hi, buddy. Welcome in.
Oh, can you die?
Wow. Do something.
Do something.
Yeah, in the Discord, if you're in there, there's a section that says like my kitties, I think, and it has like my 5 cats that I've like uploaded pictures, so they're just always there. Hi, Mooney. Hi, cutie. Welcome in. How you doing? Boop. Thank you, Crowley. I still have to work out how to make it so I can hear the TTS. I've made it so you can hear it, but I can't hear it, so I don't know what to do about that. But thank you, Crowley. It's time for me to sleep. Oh, go crazy. Get some good sleeps. I appreciate you. And Crowley, thank you for the community love. And let me know joy being here and the mod love. And let me know like the art. And Horror, thank you for letting me know you enjoy being here. Hi, Mooney. How you doing? Buttons. Yeah, the so many buttons. I sent the deposit for them and then the seller blocked me. What a fucking bitch, man. What a fucking bitch. Did you, request like a refund or something? No, you can see Fluff's tail there. You can see probably maybe this way now. Oh no, she's just stopped. You alright? She's just wait. No, she's too far down. Now she's go wait. There she is. There she is. This is Fluff. You alright, Fluff? In her diva little self. And Buddy, I mean Batman. No, Frucy! Hello. Hi, cutie. How you doing? Oh my god. 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 Guys. You should have seen fucking Nefra's overlays yesterday. Oh my god. She's gone now. She's playing with a ball. Oh my god. They were so fucking good. They were so fucking good. I could not fucking deal with them. Could not fucking... Sorry, Fluff is so distracting. She's not usually running around when I'm streaming. She's usually just sleeping. So the noises are very off-putting right now. I think she usually plays when I'm asleep because she doesn't like being around people, but yeah. But no, never, honestly. When you revealed them, I was like, too stunned to speak. Too stunned to speak. If you guys haven't seen them, Nefra's meant to be streaming today, and I highly recommend you go and look at her PNG tuber. It's so fucking stunning, honestly. So fucking good. Anyway. Thank you for the community love, Nefrusi. Jim, thank you for the 5 stream streak. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, of course. You deserve it. Catception. Yeah. You guys like, she usually doesn't appear. She's been quite active today for some reason. It's very hot as well. I walked to the shop this morning with no jumper on. That's like crazy. That's unheard of here. And yeah, it's feeling a bit warm. So I hope today is okay. I might have to turn my fan on, but we'll see. We'll see. Have you seen what I bought for streams? You mean your suit? What do you mean? I just see a little fluffy tail over there. Floof! Stop touching me. Stop touching me. So cute. Guys. What, Jim? Oh my god. Thank you. Of course. I'm glad you liked it. Like is a understatement, Nefra. Understatement. Yeah, no, you did a really good job. I love all the new additions. And then the little hand cam, and then you did the horror. I was like, oh. I was like, I'm blushing. Minnie, thank you for the 60 stream streak. Oh my goodness. 60 stream strike. Thank you. Cutie. No. This is a new addition to your stream. What are we about? I don't know. You need to tell me. I need more information and context. Been a very shit day, but it's time for some men bats. This is true. This is true. Maybe the men bats can distract you. I don't usually get close to my camera like that, so I'm saying something. What's up, hi Sid? Welcome in. How you doing? Are you okay, Fluff? You seem angry at the world. Thank you for the clip. Okay. Are you ready, Batman? Because I am. I'm so ready. Fluff, what's up? The window's open. You can go out the window. You okay? She's looking at me very... Okay, right, I can't deal with this right now, Fluff. Don't know what you want. Stare into the eyes. Okay, right. Yemen. Look at it. Look at it in its fucking glory, mate. This. But yeah. I don't know how warm it's gonna get today, so hopefully it'll be okay to stream. Because, like, the last few years when I've been streaming this summer, it's a struggle. Because obviously your computer produces so much heat. I might turn this one off. One sec. There we go. Less heat to be produced. Walking back, my mate. Yeah. Yeah. Tears a cutie patootie. Don't make this about me. It's about you. Okay, right. So, hopefully we'll be able to last a little while. If not, I might be like, I'm burning, I'm too hot, we need to end stream. But we'll see how it goes. Hopefully it'll be okay. It gets a bit hot in the homes, you know? I'm sweating already. When I walked to the shop, I was so hot. Crowley! Thank you for the sub. Enjoy the badge. Is the badge still active? I don't know, actually. I know they have a badge drop. Is that still a thing? Badge, please. Did you get it? Did you get it? ISIS reported the seller and their account has been deleted, so that's at least something. Yeah, that is fucked up. I'm sorry that you got scammed, and I hope you were able to contact your bank and, yeah, get your money back. I did. Nice. Yeah, I had, like, just people coming in on Wednesday. Didn't say anything. They just subbed, and I was like, enjoy your badge. And then trying to explain to my partner what a drop is. He's like, what's a drop? What do you mean? I'm like, so you get this badge. He's like, I don't understand. I was like, you get these drops on Twitch, which you can, like, also have, like, in-game items. He's like, huh? I'm like, random people sub to me to get badge. He's like, ah, ooh. Ah. RNG chose well too. Oh, what, like to Reku? I don't know what RNG means. But I'm pissed off because I keep going in people's chats and then it's like, oh, well, I'm going to make it so you don't have that badge. And I'm like, bruh. I went into Nephra's chat yesterday. I went into Tempest chat yesterday. And I was not Batman. And I was like, excuse me, that is a huge fucking fly. Thing I hate about having a window open. The flies. Get out my room. Oh my god, you're huge! Ah! Get out! Get out of my goddamn room! Where is it? Ah! Get out! It's gone. It's gone. It was like so big. It was like a fucking bumblebee. Oh my god, I'm so not excited for summer. Last year, I was like sat at my window because it was really hot, right? This was like in the evening, and because it was so hot in here, I had to have the window open. But to make sure Bubba was safe, I had to sit there the whole time while she was asleep. So I had to sit right by the window to make sure it was like, you know, safe. And I'm like sat at the window. I might have like, yeah, and then I think Moo was sat with me, and he like looked all of a sudden, and I looked all of a sudden, I seen this thing flying about, right? It was quite late as well. It was like dark, I think. And I heard this like buzz, really loud fucking buzz. And all of a sudden I just slammed my like fucking window shut, and it's on my window. So obviously just did it in time. Oh my God. Oh my God. It was the biggest hornet I have seen in my fucking life. It was so big, like no exaggeration. I actually could not believe this was like an English hornet. I was like, it looks so angry. It was really like orange and everything as well. Like it looked scary. Like it looked like it could hurt you, you know? And then I read that apparently there was some like Asian hornets that come over to England, and it looked like fucking one of them. I'll tell you, like, it was so big though. So big. Random number generator. Ah, yes. I watched it on that note. It was a huge fly, okay? It was fucking massive. Like, not exaggerating. I generally thought it was possibly a bumblebee. But it's gone now. I hope you enjoyed my panic of me screaming. Do not panic! I was so chill. I am Batman. Hornets getting worse. We never had hornets until like 10 years ago. It was just so late. Billy, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Enjoy your badge. Enjoy it. I just like, yeah, I don't know. It was just massive, and I couldn't believe how late it was. Do you remember that night I had two of them in my room and I was running around panicking? I feel like I do remember that. Yes, I do. I do indeed. They're scary. And they look angry. They look deadly.
You know what the problem is?
What?
You got it set to M for Mini, when it should be set to W for
For
Wumbo.
Wumbo.
Patrick, I don't think Wumbo is a real word.
Come on, you know.
I Wumbo, you Wumbo, he, she, me, Wumbo. Wumbo, Wumboing.
I wonder if a fall from this height would be enough to kill me.
Wumbology?
The
Is
study
there
of
really a Wumbo?
It's first grade, SpongeBob.
Patrick, I'm sorry I doubted you.
You say that, boy, right? I love hornets, right? I'm going to see if I can find a picture, because I took a fucking picture, because I was like, oh my God, this is scary as shit. I'm going to see if I can find it. Hang on. Meow. It was so fucking massive. It was so big. And it just looked terrifying. When was this? What's this? Nope, that's a video of my cat. It was so scary. I thought I was gonna die. Maybe I'm not gonna find it. God, it's fucking hot already.
Oh my.
How rude! How rude! Maybe I'm not gonna find it. But it was massive. It was a big boy! It was a big boy! Clears throat to do best Batman impression. I'm fat man. And then I freaked out. They came out at night. Yeah, like why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? Thank you again, Billy, for the gift sub. Yeah, they're so freaky. It's like spin out Men in Black. It just, yeah, nah. How long is that fucking quote? The whole entirety of what it needs to be. Then yeah. Vespa Capital. Hornets live at my parents, and it's always so cool when they show up. Wait. What? Are you literally the pain from MGS3? Big old fella. Yeah, it was a big boy. It was a big boy. If I can find a picture later, I'll put it in Discord and I'll be like, you look at this intimidating, scary thing. Is he one of those, my body size? Okay, right. We're here to play games. Alright. We're playing Lego Batman, my dudes. I wonder if this will get like any categories in like the Game Awards and stuff. Ooh, hello. Goodbye. Let's get out of here. That's so cool. Haven't figured out any of the Batcave stuff yet, but maybe we will. I don't know.
Let's roll.
I feel like this game will be the best family game locked in for sure. I'm not sure. I don't know if there's been any release or maybe planned to be released. I mean, you've got Pokemon Pocopia, so that's gonna be a contender, I feel. Is he also called the Pain because he has constant pain from being stung? Oh my god. What? Say what? And now we wait. So, how's the weather for you guys? Put my footrest out. I don't know what you guys are talking about. What are you guys talking about? What is MGS3? MGS3. Alright. Wake me up when it's done. I'm gonna have a little nap. I was having a nap.
We're heading to South Island.
Oh, okay.
Convenient timing. They just reopened the bridge.
Fucking cold here today. It's fucking hot here today. Do you want to swap? Look at how like the beep 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 moves. I love that. Alright, go to Wayne Tower. Okay. Let's go. Let's not go. Let's not go. We're not going. Rolly! Hi Rolly, how you doing? Doesn't like me today. Why is it being like that?
Warning all units. Another.
Why is it being difficult? Have I got everything shut? I think so. I think I got everything shut. Yeah. Hello, Kitty. I'm on the way. Wait, no, your message moved. Where did it go? So I can't stay, but I want to say hi. Hi, Cutie. I'm feeling better. I'm glad you're feeling better. That makes me happy to hear. Aw. I hope you have a... Sorry, that's really loud. I hope you have a good time with whatever you're doing. Just turn them down a little bit.
Suspect attempting to enter somewhere using
Maybe it needs some time to kind of load.
South
Thanks,
Island,
Kitty. No, thank you.
Home to luxury department stores, fancy museums, and mediocre hot dogs.
Mediocre? You're from Chicago.
You're
I am,
from Chicago.
which means I'm qualified to tell you that Gotham can't do hot dogs right.
Well, at least we've got better pizza.
That's not
I ain't
exactly a
doing
normal
this.
world.
Let's just meet
3 out of 9. I don't know why that just like happened.
Well, here we are.
Judging by image search, his balloony was only a cry for help. Hornets live inside of me, and it's a problem. Please end my misery, Mr. Snake.
Incoming crime alert.
Alright.
Anyone available?
I still can't believe it. What a night!
That
Carmine
person's
Falcone
screaming.
behind bars, teddy bear stuffed with chemicals, secret caves hidden behind waterfalls. I mean,
Oh, hey, you hungry?
hungry. I'm starved. And don't suppose you get too many hot dogs living in a cave.
Thank you for the lyric, cutie. Hope you have a lovely day. My underwear!
Hello. I'm here to see Mr. Lucius Fox. No.
Applied Sciences in the basement.
Nice card. Is that eggshell?
Bruce Wayne?
That's
You are not gonna believe
That's so
this.
off-white color.
thickness of it. It even has a
Hey,
watermark.
you seen a guy about my height dressed as a bat?
Hang on, Janice. A bat? No. Sorry, officer.
Officer.
Could have sworn he came in here.
Oh no!
Oh.
Oh!
Pass the current through it. In any shape you want.
Any shape.
Above you is a carbon bi-weave glider, developed for the GCPD.
Why didn't they put it into production?
Let's just say, donut consumption in Gotham has pushed the average cop beyond the aerodynamic. And they cost 300 grand. Now, let's see if we can't work out what your little friend is made of. So, what's your interest in it, Mr. Wayne? The bear, I mean.
Look,
That poor
I'd
bear.
rather nobody knew about.
Mr. Wayne, if you don't want to tell me exactly what you're doing when I'm asked, I don't have to lie.
That wasn't supposed.
Lucius Fox. Lucius and Foxy. Luscious and Foxy. I love how you try to be like Morgan Freeman too. You mean Lucius?
to happen, right?
No, but I should have some replacement power cells
Okay.
lying around here somewhere. Come on.
A few finishing touches.
I think I
and
need to
this
move
could
the
retrieve
game
that power cell.
onto my computer because it's on my hard drive. So after stream, I will do that and hopefully it'll run better tomorrow.
I'm sure Lucius has the parts to finish this thing.
Right.
Must be in a box somewhere.
Why are we doing? What's this? Oh, that seems a
Not
bit.
bad, huh? Once we work out the kinks,
Um,
I want to get it on the hood of an actual car.
Seemed a bit extra.
These power cells are pretty weighty.
Okay. Got one.
One down, two to go.
Oh, there's one just there. Just speed up his office. You need a desk, right? We're overrated now anyway. Just one happens to be here. Okay.
Another power cell. I'm amazed
Convenient.
we can find anything in this place. Great.
Oh.
That's two. One more, and we can find out what's in that bear.
We can move this. Do we want to move over there maybe? To get up there. Oh, it's up here. Get it.
All right. This should be the
Okay,
last
there,
one.
I want to look around.
That's a workbench. It's where you upgrade your gadgets and gear. If you have enough Wayne Tech chips, that is.
Wayne Tech chips. Ooh, gold. Thank you. Oh yeah, this is breakable. Yeah, we like that. Oh, sorry. Do you think if I say sorry it helps? Oh yes. Good equations there, sir. Thank you, Ella. I appreciate you. I hope you're having a good stream. Okay, I think we got it. I think we've done everything. Where? Oh, it's gone back up there. Okay. It reset, I see. Right.
That's all the power cells. Let's hook them up
That's
to the
weird, my
machine
ad.
and see what's in the spare.
Panel just went blank. That's weird. Why has it done that? I seen it literally just happen at the corner of my eye. Now I can't see when ads will happen. That's so strange. To open my ads manager. Okay. Around 19 minutes. That should be fine. That should be okay. Ooh, I'm now eligible to get collectible display case for Lego Batman. Ooh. Ooh. Are drops still on for stream? I actually don't know. I feel like it was more noticeable last time. Maybe I just opened the stream. Ah, okay. Watch for collectible. Okay, so watch for 1 hour. Nope, 30 minutes, the display case. Okay, I got that. So controller backdrop is 1 hour. Gamer desk, 2 hours. And gamer chair. Oh, okay. Apparently I just get that for like being in my own stream. That's not that's not bad. Not complaining. My ad panel does that now and then. It would just stop. Yeah. Doesn't really tend to do that, but I just seen it at the corner of my eye just go blank. Weird. Oh, we need to find the thing to plug in. Where is the thing? Here? There we go. Beautiful. Come on, Mr. Bear, what you made of? Oh, okay, we gotta do some stuff. Okay, this is fun. Chemical analysis. Find a match for the elements below. Okay. So how do we select? Oh. Switch to the matching element. Oh, okay. Like that. Substance identified. What I find annoying is when my mixer just randomly disconnects. Oh, that's strange. Yeah, I've never had that. Maybe it is.
HEHE, also known as Lafonium.
HEHE.
Not dangerous in its own right,
HEHE.
but when mixed in the right way with any number of components, quite lethal.
I need to find the rest of those bears.
Bears? Plural?
Funny, innit? HEHE. Alfred, what are you doing, mate? Thinks he's helpless.
Wayne residence, Alfred speaking.
Alfred, run a trace on Red Hood's chopper. We need to find where he took those bears.
Very good, sir.
I need a way to cover more ground. Would you mind if I borrowed these?
Mr. Wayne, way I see it, all this stuff is yours anyway.
Feel free to come and go as you please. We're always open for you, Mr. Wayne.
So this
Thanks,
is Wayne
Lucius.
Tech. Okay.
This glide equipment is about to come in real handy.
Okay, complete mission. Why is he up there?
Will you stop doing that?
Huh?
Oh, hey, why did you call me here?
We need the height to test the glide.
Glide? Oh. Whoa!
Use your new tech to soar through the air. Okay, okay. Just push him off. Hi, Cartifia. I hope I said that correctly. Hope you're having a good day. Alright, let's go.
Is your helmet on too tight? You just threw me off a roof.
We're calibrating our gliders, Jim.
I'm gonna calibrate those ears off if we ever get back to solid ground.
Ooh. Increase. Okay. We don't even have a glider, or is it just covered by our cape? Push him off, start gliding, and see him continue. Yeah. Bye, Gordon. Why test beforehand? Just.
These gliders are a game changer, Jim.
Yeah, just
We're
do
no
it in the
longer
mission.
tied to just patrolling the streets.
The streets
Should
is
be
where
fine.
the crime is.
This is a helpful tool to know where you're going. Gliding is a fun aspect.
Let's go faster.
Okay. Oh! We're boosting.
Let's drop onto this rooftop.
Okay. Find a way to go higher. Okay.
Let's build something to get us back into the air.
I didn't sign up for this.
Hang on. I gotta get these studs. It's very important. For some reason. We'll find out. I reckon so far you can buy vehicles is gonna be one of the things. I like how you can roll into it and it breaks it. Some skinning.
There must be parts around here we could use for an updraft.
Are none of these buildable? No. Oh, okay. Well, they were gonna be. Obviously not. Must be these bits over here. You are a destructive force. Don't mess with me. I'm like a hurricane bat. Like that. Is that a bit of that? Is there a bit of that? Hmm? Ah. There we go. Now we build.
Didn't you want to build something? You found the parts yet?
We were just building.
Excellent. Time to get airborne.
Ah, now we glide.
Oh, why'd I get myself into this mess?
Well, grappling launch into a glide.
All units, the citizen is getting hassled by some guys in red masks at Cameron K monorail station.
That's right over there.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's help them.
Hold it, it will glide into from a glide swoop. Ooh.
Hello?
Ooh, I feel so badass.
Someone help! These red guys are trying to take my stuff!
Time to fight.
Let's
I'm
fight.
here, don't worry.
No, I was trying to dodge.
Here's where you fall.
Ha. Nice.
Your training
Ooh.
prepare you for this, Gordon?
Fighting alongside a giant bat? No, not really.
Ooh. Oh, we have focus mode. Let's go with the shield. Get this guy. Bam. Get you. Bam, beep, bop, boop, bop, boop, bop. Oh, so satisfying. Yeah.
Hey, GCPD. Are you okay,
I am
ma'am?
the GC.
Thank you, officer.
Gemma Collins. Look, yes.
Your purse.
You need to work on your people skills.
That's a bit much, wasn't it?
Go! Master Bruce, I got a bead on that chopper. Sending you the location now.
Good work.
You sound a bit peaky, if you don't mind me saying. I'll make you a nice hot cocoa when you get back.
I'm not sure that's mission critical.
With some of those little marshmallows.
Oh, the
you
ad
like.
thing's back now. Okay.
Affirmative. Over.
Yeah, I want the hot cocoa.
That helicopter you're after is currently sat at Ace Chemical Processing Plant. It's a nasty old place, sir, so be careful.
I haven't watched or played any LEGO games before, but I really love how much fun and creativity that results when the limit of everything is LEGO. 100% boy, honestly. I'm really shocked you've never watched or played anything LEGO. I would recommend the LEGO Batman film, and that's not just because I like Batman and stuff. I think it's such a hilarious film. Honestly, it's so funny. Have you ever considered the older versions like LEGO Jurassic World, LEGO Harry Potter? They're good. I feel like I always just preferred LEGO Batman. I feel like I played LEGO Batman. Harry Potter I didn't think was as good, but if you like Harry Potter, then maybe. If you like Jurassic World, then maybe. But I think Star Wars was always a really fun one as well, LEGO Star Wars. LEGO Star Wars and LEGO Batman I always really enjoyed. Hi, Uber! How you doing, lovely? Welcome in.
Jim, we're going to Ace
LEGO
Chemicals.
Star Wars, I'm not into Star
That's what
Wars.
Red Hood-
Yeah, but I wasn't really into Star Wars. It was just a really fun game. It was fun, is what I'm saying. I was like quite young when I played it, but it's definitely, I'd say, one of the more fun ones, I think. Because I tried like Harry Potter, and I was like, Pirates of the Caribbean, that one was alright, I think.
One is taking those bears.
But I'd recommend Batman and Star Wars.
This is Montoya. The Red Hood gang are causing us all kinds of trouble.
Right.
I don't think this city has seen one like it. If you and your friend have time, the streets of Gotham could use your help. Over.
So then
This
fly.
is dispatch.
Okay.
We see an activity at Old Gotham West. Attempted
God.
snatch
Come
and
on,
grab
man.
in progress.
I've got
Over.
things to do. Give us a little uplift. Hello. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to move on to my PC, I think. I don't think I want to fly over that.
We're close. I can smell it. Red Hood wants choppers on the helipad.
We're on the helipad. The games in particular feels like what I wish Assassin's Creed had evolved into. Yeah, I get that. But this one is obviously much more advanced than the older ones. I mean, if Ubisoft would allow it, could happen. I really want to play Shadows this year. I really do, I feel. I've not played Assassin's Creed in so long.
Hey, free!
Maybe.
What?
8 years. I don't know, whenever Origins come out.
Bring it in, boys. Down.
Get off me!
I did not like it.
Hey, where you been? The other 3 shipments arrived hours ago.
3 more shipments.
We had some trouble. We're here now, ain't we?
Get moving.
But I've just got so many games. I now have the Arkham games.
We need to analyze all
that
3
we're gonna
bears.
have to play now.
Find out what Red Hood 1 is cooking.
And I just got to figure
I'll
out
give
like
you 2 to 1. It's not.
what and how we're gonna play games. Because there's so many games I want to play.
Secure the area, boys. Make sure we ain't got no unwanted visitors.
If cops were meant to fly, then they'd have been born with.
Detective. Let's go find those bears.
Valhalla on PS5. Have you ever played it? I feel like the ones
Lucius,
particular
I'm
in
gonna
my
analyze 3
mind.
more chemicals. Can you tell me what they make when mixed with the sample I brought you earlier?
Of course. Send them on through.
Yeah, I feel like the ones particular in my mind is obviously we've got to finish San Andreas. Hi Will, welcome in. Well, they're releasing obviously Tomb Raider. I want to replay the first Tomb Raider and do Rise and Shadow. We have like Bloodborne. I've got the Arkham games now. I wanted to play God of War, but Nayla's playing God of War, so I feel like I'd have to wait a while to feel more like fresh to it, if that makes sense. What else? We got the other GTAs as well. We've got 3 and Vice City. I've also got 4. I've also got 5, which maybe we could play at some point. Yeah. I waited until not a dialogue moment. I appreciate that. Thank you, Will. Not played it yet, but I was interested in the Viking history. Yeah, it sounds interesting. Thank you, Yemen. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. I've not got every Assassin's Creed game. No. I think, like, I started maybe, like, Brotherhood. I can't remember. I remember I played Black Flag. I know I played Syndicate. I love that one. And then I played, like, Origins, and I was like, I don't like this. I don't know if it's still, but the original Tomb Raider 1 to 2 were free on Oh, I've got them. I've got them. These are the games I'm talking about, apart from Assassin's Creed Shadows, games that I already have that I need to play. And like Outer Worlds. I always like started that. I did not get as far as I would like to. The Fallout games are always an interesting one, you know. Alright. Okay, we have to analyze the bears. Okay. There is a lot of baddies around here. Nice, still for anyone. Yeah, true. I already want to play Skyrim this year. I just need to do it.
Welcome to Drunk Peasant Truck Games 101.
Tempest, you cutie patootie. How you doing? How was your stream? Yeah, no, I'd advise it. It's such a fun game, honestly. Okay, how are we gonna do this? Maybe we'll drop down here. There's someone just chilling over here. Try not to alert lots of people. I'm not entirely sure where we want to go. This seems pretty open compared to what I'm used to.
There's something down there.
Guess we want to go in here. Skyrim is overwhelming at first. Jump in. I promise it's worth it. You found it overwhelming? I don't think it was overwhelming. BG3 as well. That is a huge one I want to play. Tempest is tired, but stream was good. I enjoyed it whilst I was there. I fell asleep to you on my phone. Yeah, it was a nice time. I'm glad you had fun. How are you? I'm good, thank you. I've been a bit like just really tired the last few days. But apart from that, I'd say I'm good. Alright, go back over here. Where I feel like there's a clean drop down. feel like you probably don't want to stand on it. Ah. Okay. What if we... Yeah. What's here? Oh, analyze.
Okay, time to find out what he's been storing in this bear.
Okay. Okay. There we go. And then this one. Substance identified.
That's the first chemical identified. Let's find the other two.
Alright, I think we'll go here. Oh. There we go. I think with Skyrim is where to start and explore. I mean, you start where you start. It's very much like you begin. There is an open world initially. It's you have to go the way they tell you to go, if that makes sense. And I feel it's not overwhelming because it tells you, you know, you get quest, and it seems very kind of near where you are, if that makes sense. I don't know. I've never found Skyrim to be overwhelming. It just seemed quite straightforward, and quest led into quest of area to area, if that makes sense. Especially if you kind of just follow the initial ones you're given. This is true. Tempest streams are cozy. They help me sleep. They're so cozy. Definitely. And she's a cutie patootie. I laugh so much at the shenanigans. Yeah, definitely. I was like, I wanna stay awake, but I was like so tired, and it was like gone midnight, and the sleep took me. You're too nice. We're just telling you the truth. I start with the beginning of the story, then branch out into side quests, and branch more into exploring. Yeah, I think if you just like follow the initial quests, and then you can just look at the quests and just pick whichever one seems fun, to be honest. Beef snores so much I didn't get sleep until midnight. Aww. Could you take your hearing aid out? Like he does. I know you don't have one, but if you did, that'd be easier. I wish I know. Okay. Oh. Seems strange. It seems like you should be able to do something in here. Does it not? Like, why can you block it and go in there? I don't get that. Oh, we're going. Okay. Ooh, what's this? Can we get in here? Maybe there's a way we can get in this building. I feel a bit overwhelmed with the mass amount of stuff that is here. Kablam. Keep an eye on ads. Hey, there should be a way to get in here. Ooh. Ah. No. No, I don't want to be you. I don't want to be you. Get out of the way. Aha. Yeah, found it. Oh. Doesn't just open though. Maybe I have to turn it on somehow. Right, we're gonna pause here a sec. I'll catch up with chat when I get back. Because ads are coming up quite rapidly. I'm also gonna make myself a cup of tea. But this is your opportunity to grab a drink, snack, take any meds, or light reminder. Stretch, take your eyes off screen, whatever you need to do, and I'll be back in 3 minutes. Alright. I'm back. Wait for Tempest to finish. Then I shall catch up. Ugh, I brought myself upstairs with my cup of tea and then was like, I need like a cold drink because I realised mine was quite low. Hi Backham Skull. Hi Skull. Welcome in. How you doing today? Welcome back, thank you, Will. Where was I? I feel like I was quite far. Why is my inhaler downstairs? Thank you for the gym. I'm going for a walk. Have a good walk. Make sure if it's hot, you're wearing sunscreen though. Look after your skin, bitch. I accidentally muted the game audio, which you can't hear in a moment anyway, but yeah. Skyrim is not linear though. The open world and stuff had so much around, which is why I got so overwhelmed. Okay, that's valid. I feel like I felt Elden Ring was much more overwhelming. But I'm freaking doing it. I hope you do. I felt like being thrown into a pool and not knowing how to swim. But it was only at first and that was overwhelmed. Once I started, yeah, no, I never felt that way. Yeah, no. I could do it, I think, but I want to do it in a way that's not overwhelming since I know I have a lot of stuff already that posts to chat. Wait, is this the... What did Jim respond to? Thinking of making a counter still. What of how many times butthole is said? Now I just beat up dragons with a fishing rod for fun. See, you've got it all figured out, Will. I could make a separate counter that can be triggered and doesn't automatically post, but I would need to see if that's a feasible thing in Streamerbot. Does sound complicated. It's surprising how much stuff you can get like bots to do. On the subject of Tempest Stream, I'm a slow typer today. That's fair. I feel like I type and I just make a million mistakes. I must say too that T makes every stream better whenever she's in chat with both wholesomeness and impeccable sense of humor, and in some streams like Tempest it can escalate. Aw, boy. What? What do you mean? Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's like when I'm in like Kane stream and then Nayla will be like, you make me laugh so much, you're so funny. And then like when people say I'm funny, I appreciate it because I like to, like, hearing that I'm funny is a huge compliment because I feel like a lot of the time people think women want visual compliments, you know? And for me, as a woman, I don't really give a shit what I look like because in my perspective, like, you know, when I'm with someone and stuff, like the looks only go so far. It's the personality, and personality in all aspects, not just like my romantic relationships, just, you know, personality through friendships, Twitch, everything. It's like a huge thing, you know, to like someone's personality. And yeah, so when people say I'm funny, that makes me feel nice because it makes me feel, I don't know, there's something about me and that I'm not just a plank of wood or something. I don't know, does that make any sense? And the friends I had in the past, like the friend I mentioned before who just used to kind of put me down when I would like make jokes and stuff, I can tell like he thought it was funny, but he would never let me know that and would just make it out as I was a silly Billy and would like put me down with like my humor. But yeah, I think I'm funny. That's why I laugh at my own jokes, because I think I'm hilarious. But yeah, I hate when like you're just around people that don't want to. Hi Rose, welcome in. How you doing, cutie? Who just don't want to let you. I don't know. Like, you're not allowed to feel good about your attributes that you should feel good about. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel people have attributes and we should celebrate that. And you should feel good about that shit, you know? Not like tearing your friends. I don't like that shit. Welcome back. Thank you, guys. Thank you, cuties. But yeah, boy, thank you. I don't know if I read that bit. I love this little not-so-little community of wholesome, fun people. Yeah, I know. When I was in Tempest stream last night, like, all these people were, like, just flooding in. And I was like, oh my god, there's so many fucking cuties here. I know we see each other, like, all the time. But sometimes you're just like, wait. And you have that, like, realization. You're like, wait, there's so many fucking cuties here right now. Oh my god. Like, oh my god, there's, like, the best people here right now. Some missing, but like a good chunk of people that you're like, I love you guys. Terminator voice, I'll be back. Oh, scratch that. I am back. Yes. Hi, Panda. Hi, cutie. How you doing today? Like reverse melting with thumbs up. Get love, nerd. Does make sense. Thank you. Kane streams get nuts in the best way. Oh yeah, Kane streams get fucking chaotic, I feel. They do. And I think Kane's just there like how's tea? I'm good, Rose. I'm a bit EP, but apart from that apart from that I'm good, thank you. How are you doing today? Kane's deadpan absolutely kills me in the best way. Oh my god, yeah, so much. Like, I haven't been able to catch Kane too much since he's been like kind of like back to it. Only a little bit. Like the other night, Bubba took quite a while to get asleep. So by the time I got her asleep, I was only there for like half hour. And then like sometimes there's evenings when I'm out seeing my partner. And yeah, but nah, he just says shit. And I'm just like, you know, when you just have a drink and you're trying not to spit take, like that shit. You're not a silly bitty. That's my job. Fair. Makes total sense. Compliments to women absolutely tend to get one-dimensional. Yeah, and especially like, you know, growing up and like when you're talking to guys and stuff and they're like, oh, you're so pretty. Oh my god, like, blah, blah, blah. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a good day. Yeah, that's 100% like the kind of compliments that I would receive. And yeah, pretty. And I'm like, okay, cool. Love that. Great. Thank you. Don't see it. But I feel personally the best compliment I could receive is about my personality and that you think I'm funny. And like when my partner compliments aspects of me that seem unnoticeable but he notices it, I like that shit, you know. A whole basket of cuties. It was and it's just like I see you guys all the time, but sometimes you're just like, oh, this is a good time right now. A fart from being tired. And well, just got home, got a while to chill before Countryside again. Hell yeah. What's on the Countryside agenda today? Okay, so we were in here, but I obviously feel like we need to make it work, and it's not working. Oh, so maybe we need to find the wire and like activate it. I don't feel like this is like essential, but I want to see what's in that box. Was it up? Yeah, there. Ooh, okay, here we go. Ah! There we go! I'm so fucking clever. I am the real Batman. I am Batman. Near fart wherever you are. Near fart wherever you are. Nice.
Who left this here?
1 out of 14. Oh my god. There's so much collectible shit. How's baby Cal doing? Still having zoomies? Yes, this is the information we want to know. I'm back. I was talking about the officer who's taken my case, and they've got my money back, and it should be back my... Okay, that's good. That's good. It's a shame that that happened, though. I will take a stupid shower because stupid tempers make a stupid eye appointment at stupid 8 a.m. Oof, that is early. That is early. Are they even open at 8? That's crazy. Go wash. Go shower. Mainly gonna have to finish out the greenhouse with peppers and tomatoes and the fields to maintain. Oh, that sounds nice though. Do you like enjoy the physical like side of it? So good that you have that money back? Yeah, definitely. Nah, for now, the mini moo has gone down, starting to get used to existence. Starting to understand its role in the world. What happened if we just... What if we just...
Maybe a bear's been left behind in one of these containers.
Nice.
I must be getting paranoid.
Cool.
Hello, Mother Trucker.
It's a Nelusa. It's a Nelusa. Ask it to Boosie. Hello, cutie. How you doing? Alright, so there's obviously one down here. Ooh. Wonder if we can pull that from here. No. Jump! Owie! Pam 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 pam.
Hey! Hey, someone's trying to meddle with the shipment!
I ain't trying to do shit, mate. You just shot us, so mate. Wah! Yeah, buddy. I'm so good at fighting. I'm just so good at it. I will dodge this. I'm the ultimate ninja, mate. I studied ninjaing in the mountains of somewhere. Right. Ooh. Shit, mate. That was unfair.
Time to identify this chemical.
Time to identify this chemical. It's another fly. It's a pain to start those, but the physical jobs help shut off brain. I feel like, yeah, that makes sense. I'm barman. Batman, damn it. Eee. Eee. That'll use up energy reserves for now. That makes sense, yeah. Got pace yourself. Baby shower, all good. I'm right. I'm glad to hear you're alright. Are you excited? Are you doing God of War today? Analyze. Okay, what are we doing now? This one. Analyze. No, it's that one. How's tea? Tea's good. I'm a bit EP, but apart from that, I'm pretty good,
Just
I'd
one
say.
more bear to analyze. Then we can figure out what Red Hood 1 is really up to.
He ain't making shampoo.
How dare you! I was doing Batman things. But apart from that, I'm good. Yeah. I'm happy to be playing the game. I after Wednesday, it's like all I could think about. It's been a long few days. I love this. This was not like a thing in the first game. Just kind of prowling around the buildings and whatnot.
I think it's the cops! Get him!
Oh no, everyone is alerted. Alright, let's jump into it. Come on then. Come at me. I'll take you all. I'll take you all, mate. I will bust you all up. I ain't scared of no ghosts. I ain't afraid of no ghost. Get the shield guy, this is easier. Ah, I got hit. My first hit.
Still like you.
Boom. Damn, that was cool. Get his health. Yo. Oh. Beep, bop, boop, bop, beep. Oh. I didn't know you did that. There we go. Is that everyone? For now? For now. I am, ma'am. Yes, I am, ma'am. Need to look up all the controls again. You'll figure it out. That game is so crazy. It feels like fucking brutal. It's crazy shit. I can imagine that's how I felt when I started E33. Yeah. But the fact that we're like 10% through already is very concerning to me, honestly. That makes me really sad. I think I found my sound. I'll send it over to you. I'm excited. Okay. I'll add it later on. Later on for tomorrow's stream. This mode is so good, isn't it? It's so fucking good. It's so good. Where is it? I added it to my favorites. Oh, that's my channel. No, Nemhart, get out of there. Bam. Ha ha ha. Oh. Ha ha ha. Sorry. How's my tea? It's a bit warm. It's a bit warm. Had a hilariously wholesome convo with a girlfriend. With a girlfriend a couple of days ago. We were talking about how I don't quite like horror films. Would rather watch something else together. And she went, well, you didn't seem to mind watching horror movies during our movie nights back in uni. Oh! That's funny. So, was it more like a Netflix and chill kind of thing? Yeah, it's a tier 2. A tier poo. Tier poopy poo. Tier 2. Pee pee poo poo. That shit is going to just click. You were like, I was doing whatever. I was just there to impress you. T is a fancy one with tier 2. Oh, that's just because I wanted the amount. I just wanted the amount. I haven't always been tier 2. Just for the clarification. Just for the clarification. Good. I just wanted the chaos to burn. I see. Yes. Where is it we're going? In here. Bro.
There's probably a bear left on the train.
How have you seen us? I would love to know. How did you see me? I am the knight. No. Ah! So many shield guys. Oh shit, oh, I didn't know that did that. That's the most health I've lost so far. There we go. Yeah, that's the most I've lost so far. Was due to that barrel. Get me on the train. So is it... It's meant to be in here. I think. I've got to pull it open. There we go. Get me in here. That was around 2 years before we started dating, but I just enjoyed our company. Yeah, you're like, I'll just... Whatever you want, my darling. Hair flick is going to be awesome as well. I'm really excited. I love, like, hair. I don't, like, have any hair flick emotes, I don't think.
Let's analyze the chemical hidden in this bear.
Okay, there. Is that not... Oh. Oh, I see. You've made it more confusing. Right, what's this one? No, this one. They've made them so similar. I like that though. They've made it a bit of a challenge. Excuse me? A normal sentence. What? What do you mean? What did I say?
If you mix the chemicals you just analyzed,
Can you get in the mood ever since?
it creates an airborne toxin the likes I've never seen. Be careful out there.
Aww. I love
It's
that.
worse than we thought. We need to stop them from mixing these bears now.
Let's analyze the chemicals inside this bear.
Let's move.
Yeah. Have you not had to do that before? I guess we're done here for now. Probably come back to find some more secretive stuff.
Looks like we aren't going in the front door. We need to identify another entry point. Perhaps a window or a vent.
There's some guys up here.
Who, what, where now?
Yeah, what, where now?
It's that guy in the costume!
I thought it said it's the gay in the costume. Ah! Can I not? Why can't I get up? Ah! Fuck. Well, I'm here now. Hi. Let's get it.
Get ready to go splat!
Yeah, you get ready to go splat, mate. I'm a certified ninja in these parts. Certified ninja, baby! Baby! Baby. So many baddies! So many baddies in this place today. I keep getting drops. From my own stream. Sounds like snipering me. I like how much the focus mode comes up. You're gonna wait ages to use the special ability. Right. Oh, it's you guys. You're shooting your friend, mate.
Dish it out. Can you take it?
Alright, let's get them. Bam. You're next, pal. Oh. There we go. Is that it? Oh, this guy over here. Cool. Nice. I'd watch the hell out of the that Batman movie. The Lego Batman movie. You should. You should. It's amazing. The city Windman was using her full name on everything, so it wasn't hard for the police to find her. Oh. Shit, yeah. That's so weird. The fights feel like they go well with a sick beat. Yeah, it makes me think of like Dead as Disco. Like the game Beat Drop was playing, which is when you fight, it like goes in time with the beat of the song. It makes me think of that so much. Yeah, that, yeah. Meant a movie where Batman is that. Oh! That gay in a costume. It's that gay!
I'll
Get
some
him!
use out of this.
Get him! I was looking at some t-shirts earlier, and so I need some like smaller t-shirts because I have a lot of baggy ones. But I was gonna be wearing like shorts and stuff when I go on holiday. So I was like, I need some like, I don't know, like some tank top kind of things. Also ordered myself a couple more of those like superhero tops I like. But there was one that was like, says, sounds gay, I'm in. I was like, oh, that's funny. I like that one. Alright, we want to go up there. How do we get up there? Oh, there. I see now. Meow. like there's no fall damage. I can appreciate that. You can't jump over this bit. That's annoying. Let me out! I'm being held captive! Oh, there we go. Alright. So I think it's this level. Yeah, there we go. Get out the way, pallets. There we go. I love that one as well. Yeah, I was like, I need to get some like tops that can go with shorts and skirts and stuff. I guess. I found some good ones. Tempest confirmed to be Batman. It was me. It was Tempest all along. GG's, thank you. We're still continuing the mission. I want to see more of the Batcave. I want the Batcave to be functional. I want to know when that's going to be. I'm very interested about that. And I've been getting like drops from Twitch and I'm like, where does this apply to the game? Because at the moment I don't know. Oh, that's pretty sweet. I made that a bit too sweet, I'd say.
Okay, boys, quick as you like. Time to put the plan into action.
I think I've unlocked all of them.
Plan? Yeah, and
Sorry, man.
where'd you want these?
Are you out of your minds? Haven't I gone over this enough times? We take one of these toys.
Why is he in white now? He was just wearing
mixed
black.
with one of these. That'll take a while, so here's one I made earlier.
Ah, it's got white, a little bit of green, and purple.
Well, what do you know?
Now it's black. I
It
think that's a
really
glitch.
is very effective. We're all out of goons.
Did anyone notice that? Or was it just me?
Red Hood 89. We're moving to manufacture. Pencil in a meeting with the mayor. See what price he puts on the people of Gotham. Keep it locked.
Time to break up this picnic.
I'm curious, is that Bane or no? Tempest was also bit by a spider a few weeks ago. Going to be, oh yeah, I remember that. Yes, Bat Spider Woman.
Nobody's
Bat
getting
Spider
past
Witch.
me. Nobody.
No, I'm using my controller. There we go. Well, that did not work. Brute charge. Avoid charging enemies. Okay. Brutes are much weaker while stunned. Oh, they have a bit of health. Can I? Ah! No!
You two are going nowhere.
Let's try quickly.
Will this stun him or not? Oh.
Get him now.
Big help. Get him! Oh! Oh.
He's dropped the key for the elevator. Come on.
I just had a little pop-up. What was it?
Remember, Red Hoods, we are Gotham's new resident criminal masterminds. So that means there can be no mistakes.
Spider toe. Piss Batwoman. My toe is indeed made of full recovery. Oh. Yeah, gotta do some fights. Okay. What's going on then?
We ain't certified to be driving these things.
Hello, Eddie.
So much for criminal masterminds.
We need to build something to help get us across that gap.
Can I get up there? Feels like I should be able to get up there. It's weird. I feel like I should be able to get up there. Why is it not?
We have what we need. Let's get building.
Ah, maybe I'll glide into it. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense now. Right, is there any trophy stuff around? TMI. Oh. What's up here?
Upset the established order and turn everything into chaos. Because that's who the Red Hoods are. Agents of chaos.
Why can't we go across? Can we go this way? Hi Richie! How you doing? Welcome in. Did you have fun with WWE last night? That's strange. Why can't we go around there? Because it literally has an arrow pointing. So I feel like I'm missing something. I feel like I'm missing why? Let me out of here. It literally says this way. Must we glide? Ah, okay. Wants us to implement a bit more of that. Yeah, last night was great fun. I'm glad.
Just the kind of tech I need.
Okay, so that's what we're looking for here. Is the boxes on this level. We're looking for boxes, my friends. Meow. Ciao. Alright, let's see what's over here. Oh, might have to boost. Try again. No. Thank you for the follow! Welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. Why is that not working? I feel like that should work. Yes! There we go. We got it. Yay! Money! Woo! Teeth. Right.
Alright, that's all the bears in the system.
Get them.
Nice. I'm so glad we weren't a hook.
We've already started making their poison. Let's follow the pipes to the mixing room and shut this place down.
Alright, let's get the baddies. And we'll look around.
What is this stuff? Anyway.
I don't know. The boss said it's gonna put a smile on everybody's face.
What's up there?
I thought we were
supposed to be bad.
I feel like I want to get in it. Anything up here?
We need to follow the bears to the mixing room.
Yeah, I'm just looking. Let's make sure we don't miss anything. Like this. What's this? I bet there's a box in here. Oh, play. Are we winning? Are we winning? Don't think we're winning. Drink? Ooh. Oh, and they threw it in the little bin as well. Cute. Was it just the blue stuff? That was it? I feel like it should have been a little box, but okay. Alright, let's go. Bruh, we turn.
Oh, what's got you inside?
Wow, that's unfortunate. Beep beep. A boo boo. What's this do?
Keep following those bears. We have to stop them from making their poison.
These masks protect us from the chemicals, right?
Sure,
why not?
You're a bit stuck then.
I can block that leak.
Alright. What leak? We're not there yet. Stop spoiling the game, Gordon. Oh.
I need backup to get rid of these snoopers.
Oh. Is that it? Blue gem. Okay, okay.
The chemicals are going in this direction. We need to get past the fan and find the mixing room.
Alright, what's in here?
Then let's shut it down.
Okay, we'll go this way. Oh. What are colored gem studs around? Okay. Hello? Oh, hold on. Did that not work? Oh, now I got okay. There we go. Now we can go through. Alright. Ooh, smell box. No! How do we stop? Like, how do we get down there? So many monies. I know, we've got so much money. I have no idea what we can spend it on yet, though. Unless maybe we can hit that. No. Okay. Okay, only lets us go up. Why can't I go down? Ah. How do I do that? Oh, maybe if we stand here we can do it? Like that? Beep. There we go. Hopefully this should be our second one. I like that it shows you where you've missed it.
I'll get some use out of this.
That's our third one. Alright, so we've missed one. Where have we missed one? Where could we have missed one to? Where could we have missed it? There wasn't anything in here, and that would seem way too close. That doesn't seem like anything. That was just a stud. Okay. Oh, what's up there? Okay. Oh. Oh, okay. We have been missing an ace card. Okay. I did see one of them in the other room, but I wasn't paying attention to it previously. Okay. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. We didn't go this way. Maybe it's this way, actually. Ah, what's this? There's gotta be something in here. There it is. I was gonna say, how did I miss that? We need to find a card as well. There we go, that should be our second one. There. Got it! We got it, Gordon. Help. Oh, that's the box. Can we just go out here? Press. Ah, that leads us back out. Okay, right. Where is the card? Right. I don't know if we'll be able to find it, so we won't be able to get back. There it is! Oh my god, yes. Nice, okay. So we're looking out for 2 more boxes. No, yeah, 2 more boxes and 3 more aces. Nice, thank you. When you have the boxes, I think, oh, that's the collectible for the level, but it's not.
This is a far cry from busting crooks in the docks.
There we go.
Gotham is changing.
Okay, so
Red
2 more
Hood
of
1
each.
is just the beginning.
I do like the collectible
Well,
aspect,
I
though.
guess we best get used to
It's
working
a nice
together.
little thing to look out for, so you're not rushing through the levels.
Listen up. The leather cape guy and miserable mall cop that
Miserable
busted
mall
Falcone
cop.
were seen snooping around the compound. Keep your eyes peeled.
I can't wait to bust this guy.
Okay.
What am I having for breakfast tomorrow?
Okay. Not bad.
Politics. One bad day to reduce the sanest man alive to lunacy. So let's make sure everything goes to plan, shall we?
I am one in the shadows, mate. Get one of them. Maybe. I went too far. Let's get that one. Ah, okay. I think he did get someone that time, so that's good. Boom. Okay. let me know you enjoy being here. I appreciate it. With me booming and bombing around. Should we just go for these guys? Ooh, wait. Do you know what would have been good if we had thrown some batarangs and drew more over there? But now we know. Now we know. Thank you for giving a shouty to Richie. To lure, yeah. Now we know though. Ha! Nice. Oh, sorry. I feel like I would have loved this game when I was younger. Like, I loved the Lego Batman one, but oh my god, this game is so... But would I have appreciated it as much as I do now? You know? Boom. Nice. Alright. What are we looking for? This level's so cool. Like, these huge containers look amazing. Oh shit. Fuck! You're doing so well. Oh my god, just let me... there we go. Perform 100 stealth takedowns. Hell yeah! We did it. Oh, there's a box. There's a box here. Nice. Meant to be our fourth one as well. Okay. So what happens if we do that? Oh! It did that. We don't see any card around, do we? Any ace card? I don't think so. Don't think we do. Oh! Didn't even have to do this. Just gets you a little purple stud. Ugh! Gross. Oh, it's fish. Okay then. Anything up here? Ah, blue stud. Okay, okay, okay. That looks like something. Or did we do that? Not sure. Okay.
So much fun.
Looking for...
Stings way less than I expected.
Okay.
This is a pretty sweet spot.
Looking for 2 more aces.
That's the mixing room up ahead.
So, go in and shut down the mixing machine?
I learned about their plan the same time you did, Jim. There hasn't really been much time for detailed planning.
Can we just make a move?
Yeah, sure.
Looks like a great party. Yeah, wearing like a rubber ducky. They know how to party. Oh. Sorry, Gordon. My Hoover! My baby was so young. Right, we can open that way, but I want to see what's this way. It's a red brick. Okay. So I'm guessing we're trying to get that red brick free. Oh wait, what if we just goop it? Like that. Oh wait, no. No, no, no. Then goop that one. There it is. Oh. Ah. Huge. Yay! Toxic waste. I'm so excited. Wait, we can look now, can we not? Oh, or do we have to wait till the end of the level? Look at that modifier! That's so cool. Look at that. We've got the Filthy Rich so far, the Nautical, and the Ninja. And what it does, it like changes the colors of your suit. But that one is fucking sick. Like the fluorescent neon yellow. That's cool. Gordon is taking so many hits without any complaints. He must really love us. Yeah. He found us, but we were just a boy. Okay. We got our brick. Let's go. Nice. Just let me snooze them a sec. There we go. Alright. Bam. Okay, so we just... Oh. That makes sense.
There's the machine. Let's do this.
That new color scheme looks awesome. I know. I'm really excited to see more. Imagine if they have a pink one. I'll lose my shit. Hi Dabba, welcome in. How you doing today? Okay. Oh shit.
It isn't time.
Oh, there's a lot of guys.
Don't let them
So use our like focus on him, which is quite a bit more damage. Try and clear these guys. Yeah.
This ends now. Hold it, buddy.
Oh shit. I'll try to get this guy. Oh, I went between his legs. That's so cool. I got more focus. Use it on him. Nice. I like how Gordon dodges as well. That's cool. Finish him off. Nice. Hell yeah. I can beat him. I think I can beat you, my love. Oh my god. I love when they like go into the environment. Nice. Look at him flying. Oh my god. Ah! Hit us.
Jim, we have to shut this machine down. Now.
There's a pink one we absolutely have to wear. I think it's a must. Like we have to, yeah. I hope there is. I think I seen like achievement there was 23 red bricks. Red bricks are obviously modifiers, so yeah. Oh sorry. There's gotta be some sort of purpley pinkish out of 23 bricks, surely. Hopefully. It's a big build. I've not seen any Ace chemicals. That makes sense why it's an Ace card.
Hey,
Duh.
Now that's some serious phone power.
Didn't think about that. But yeah. Alright. It sounds like a toot. Nice. But yeah, there are so many fun like aspects of this game. So many little details. Just glide on in.
Huh? Nice outfit. Sometimes if you draw a bad hand, you just gotta burn the deck. Burn, baby, burn!
We need to stop him.
before he sends this whole facility into meltdown.
Agreed.
Hold on.
Look at all the colors! Oh my god. The colors are so cool. Oh shit.
This place is falling apart.
He wants to bring this whole place down. We have to stop him.
I love the color usage in this game. Look at the fire! Oh my god. Alright. Gordon, if you see an ace, you have to tell me. Ooh. Oh. What looked like something you could knock on. Let me snooze the ads again. 1 second. I really like that baddies have friendly fire too. It feels both silly and cool whenever they aim for Batman and actually shoot their friends instead. Yeah, 100%. I really like that as well. It's just... And then all of a sudden I'm like trying to like do the environment and I just randomly smack one of like my teammates in the face. What's this do? Oh. Chonk. This is like the best game ever. I'm gonna be honest, I think this will be my favorite game I have ever played. Ever. Ever, ever. Oh, we can go down here. Yeah. Yeah, where's this go? Ooh, a little purple stud. Cool. Get that. We went there. I'm just trying to look everywhere for an ace. Don't want to miss it. Can't fly in there, can you? No. Guess we're going this way. Oh, almost missed that. I'm back, bitch. Ah, welcome back. Look, it is really warm. How we looking? I'm having so much fun. I was just saying, I think this is probably like, to me, I think it's going to be the most favorite game I have played, like, ever. I'm enjoying it so much. We just found another modifier. We found a red brick, and the red bricks give us modifiers for our outfits, and this is it. Toxic waste. And it looks great. We've got the filthy rich, the nautical, the ninja, but this is the one we just got, and it looks so good. And I'm really excited because, like, there's meant to be 23 red bricks. So I'm hoping at some point there's going to be like maybe a pink one we can use. The modifier, yeah. We're looking for aces. This level is ace cards, trophy. So that's what we're looking for at the moment. And some more Wayne crates.
Up there, let's go.
I know they're in a rush, but I am not. Sorry. But yeah, I'm really enjoying it. But yeah, it does. I feel hot, like right now, sat here. Oh, that hurts. Oh, you want to get on it? Let's see. Anything there? I meant to do the shield first. Oh, did not realize he was going to shoot me plank in the face. Bam. So good.
He's really turning up the heat. Black leather may have been a bad choice, Batman.
Oh, so you've come across the Joker now? That hasn't been clarified yet. Yeah, it's not been clarified yet. I think it is the Joker, but they haven't revealed yet. It's still Redcoat. Let me keep this. Nice. Ooh. Still not seen an ace for a while, which may be the case, but I do find that strange. Keep that on the ads as well. That could have done it. Two different ways.
You! I have
Yeah,
a little
this is who it is at the
something
moment.
for you.
It's not revealed
Just
yet.
a minute. Please just bear with me. It's no, not that. That's for later. It's in here somewhere. Ooh.
Look out!
That walk was lovely. The fresh smell of cut grass and local fields from the farmers. Nice. Better than manure. Can be that. I'll send you a picture of it. Okay. I got my gamer desk for Batman. Oh yeah, me too. I got that stuff. Also, my actual desk has Batman on it. The Secret Labs, you get like the mats for the desk, which go like the mat. It goes all over the desk. Mine's Batman. I'm intrigued to see what those drops are. I don't know yet. Hi Lander, how you doing? How's Lander today? Red Hood, not so much. Yeah. I'm guessing at the moment Joker, but like I said, they've not said.
Gotham will have a permanent smile on its face, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Whoa! This guy ain't joking around!
These things really give you more bang for your buck.
You do that, I'm just going to destroy the environment.
Kaboom!
Kaboom!
Well, this has been a real blast, but I gotta run.
I need to pee.
We can't let him get away.
Might have to pause here a sec. Running into it is so much easier. Yeah, I guess we should go this way. Chill, just working. I'm glad to hear you too. Thanks for chatting, of course. How's he doing? I'm good. I'm good. I'm having a good day. I'm just a bit tired, but I'm enjoying the game. I'm loving this game so much. Thank you for asking. Is Mr. Beatdrop alive in chat or sleepy? I think he's here. I think he's just like big lurking. Big time lurking. Big time rush, sorry, what? I need to sneeze. But yeah, right. Oh, Cass is streaming. I should open Cass's stream. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Right, guys, ads are coming up. This is your opportunity. Reminder to grab a drink, snack, take any meds, stretch, take your eyes off screen, whatever you need to do. I'll be back in 3 minutes so no one misses anything. And yeah, see you then. Sorry guys, I put my fan on and I'm trying to figure out where I can position it where you can't hear it because it's getting quite warm in here. I don't know if you guys can hear that or not. Welcome back, Pinky Cutie. I don't know if I might have to move it a bit. Yeah, exactly. I used to love Big Time Rush. Don't think so. I can just see it's like it's not moving the black bar, but I can see the green is moving a little bit, but I don't think it's picking it up. £1 fish. Also, Jim, I looked at your picture. It looked very nice, and also your hat looks great. That looks like a cool hat. Yeah, is it warm but with rain? Oh, okay, yeah. Feels very warm. You put your fan on, but we are your fans. I just need something blowing on me. It's hot. I used to like it, and then I tried rewatching it. It's not that good, to be fair. I used to think it was quite fun. Is it more like cringy now, you'd say? Thank you for redeeming your tea leaf vanilla. And everybody. Might be audible, but not noticeable. Now it's picking it up. Let me move it away a bit. Hopefully that's okay. As I understand it, you're not spoiled with the hot weather on the Isles. Are you on about Rose? Or... But yeah, the next few days is meant to be quite hot. So I think after stream, I'm going to put my air conditioner on in here so it keeps my room quite cool for when I come to bed. I don't feel like I could have it on now because I feel like it would be very loud. I think so. You think it's quite cringy now? I could get that. No, you. On the Isles? What, the British Isles? Okay. Thank you for the community love, Jim.
The controls are behind that safety glass.
There she is. That better be the 4. Nice. The British ones. I see. I mean, obviously usually it's usually quite cool and cold, but the summer is like way too much. Our houses are not built for that shit. So, Fluff, when did you get here? I thought you went out. So when the heat comes, it's a lot. I don't mind when I'm like abroad and like by pool and stuff, but yeah. We're not meant to go through there. Ah. Summers are getting hotter UK too. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But then the heat usually has started earlier the last few years.
I don't think this place can take much more.
Yeah, it can definitely get a bit too much.
It can't. We need to hurry.
So I don't think there was anything in there. get back up. Alright, let's keep her going. Oh. Give me studs. Alright then. Yeah, I look forward when I go away and I'll be in a nice pool. And the heat won't be so bothersome. There you go. Oh, I thought you often had it windy to cool it down. Doesn't help indoors though unless you use the fan. Oh wait a minute. Yeah, it's just like the humidity it gets inside is like suffocating. Like last year, before I had the air conditioner in my room, it'd be the evening and trying to just keep my room cool was impossible. Like, I would come into my room and I would like bring the temperature thing and it would say in my room, like, you know, my PC hadn't been on all day or anything. I tried to do all the tips they'd say to keep it cool. And the temperature thing would be saying like 27, 28 degrees in my fucking room. And then even having the window open, like, there's no breeze. There's no breeze. I started earlier the past few years. Not this year, though, for some reason. Okay, so we obviously have to time that, I feel. We have to glide.
Good job you're not scared of heights.
Yeah, believe it or not, it was never a problem before I met you.
I want to go up there. Why can't I go there? That's annoying. Why can't I go up there? Can I go around and get up there? Maybe like this? Ah, there we go.
I can't just yet.
Bam. Oh shit. Who is screaming? What's up here? Ah! One of the boxes. Get it! Hopefully this should be the fourth.
I'll get some use out of this.
Oh! No! We had 4. Okay. We're looking for one more ace, I think. One more ace card, I believe. Gotta go for a walk as well. Have fun juggling baddies. Thank you, boy. I hope you enjoy the walk. Enjoy yourself.
Boy, am I glad that was water.
Go touch some grass. Nice back.
Come on, laugh from the world last week. Don't either of you have a sense of humor?
I see one. Yay! Nice. We got it.
Need to make sure the air is running through these pipes.
Alright, we got all the collectibles. Is it not? Ah. There we go. Got it.
Farewell, fat fool and Officer Mustache.
Officer
It's been
Mustache.
a real blast.
Bat Fuel and Officer Mustache.
This guy is nuts.
Is there anything this way? No. I'm stuck now. I can't get out, Gordon. I'm stuck.
This place could blow any minute.
Yeah.
We have to stop him.
We're not in a rush or anything though. This could blow any minute. Yeah, we're not in a rush. Fine. We're not speed running, we're just chilling. This looks like a boss area.
Places, people, it's showtime!
You have to stop! If this place explodes, the effects will be felt across the entire country.
Good. Smiles really are infectious, aren't they?
buddy. You're done for now.
This was never about the money. It was about sending a message.
Boom! Oh my god. Just blew his own guy up like crazy. Oh, that's beautiful. Did you see how many blown up then? Beautiful. Chuck him off the side. Great. Gordon, you silly Wally!
Nobody messes with me.
No, try to go! How many can we just push off the side? And how many do you think he's blown up with his own guys? Ooh.
Nice try.
Look like it hit him.
But it's painful.
Alright then. I'm enjoying this game so damn much.
This is our last chance. If we don't stop him now, it's all over.
Let's go. Let's go, Gordon.
Both of us need to lift this. Quickly. Jim, get over here now.
Let go.
Well, it's time to retire. Feel free to drop in.
Now we gliding.
I always knew what to out, Filther. Catch me if you can, Batman. Looks like I'm off the hook.
Just gonna follow the studs. Oh, is this how he becomes Joker? Like, I know how he becomes, but like, we're gonna see it.
Give me your hand.
He said it!
Whoa!
Pull him up!
Correct. Yeah, no, I know. I know that's how he does, but like, we're witnessing it.
Look! Over there! It's a bat! What are you, nuts? It's a man!
That is just a trick of the light. Break out the specialist hardware. What is this, detective? You guys pals or something?
Not exactly.
I like his voice. Dun dun dun. Red Hood Gang. Hell yeah. Skill brick. Nice. New suits. Skeleton Gordon. Okay. And we got the trophy. Nice. It's a Joker card. It's a Joker card. We got the Gotham series is on Amazon Prime. Like, that's like an old series, isn't it? I wonder if we'll get some more on Batcave information. Chapter 1 complete. What? No. What say it so? Say it so. Nice. No. No. It's not nice. What do you mean? It's going too fast. Usually, like with games, I'm like, what's the playtime, stuff like that, and I'm just like, this is this is going too fast. Only 2010s, I believe, but that's really cool if it's all on there now. I was gonna get the box set for that eventually. So it is all on there.
Yeah, that's what they all say.
Why do we always have to meet so high
Single
up?
actor in the series is really good.
Guess
Oh,
I
really?
like the view.
I have to check out.
The commissioner thinks you're dangerous.
What do you think?
I think you're trying to help. I've got something for you. Not sure what the other cops will say, but I put it on
the
top of
bat
the
signal.
GCPD. Let's head to Tricorner when you're ready.
Oh, this is exciting. Ooh, get a good boost from up here. We ready? Do some boosting. Use that to boost us up? Yeah. All 5 seasons on there. Ooh. Yeah, I might check out. Oh, shit. Look at all that water. It's so fucking cool. So that means the level we did before, I missed the trophy completely because I thought it was the cash boxes, which obviously it wasn't. I really hope they're saying we can replay missions at some point because they have not shown that element yet. I'm like, could we glide over? I don't know. Should we try it? You don't know if you never try. Might just make it. Might be able to like zip something. You're at here. Oh, there we go. We made it. What's that? That was a box. Can't open it though. Why can't we open it? No. I only want to go there. I'll go push it. Or maybe pull it? Like that. Came in there, come downloaded stuff and buffers get all good. All good. Enjoy the lurk, Rose. I appreciate you. Hi, Firefox. Welcome in. How you doing? Okay. Oh, that's not what we wanted to do. So is that all working now? No, this one needs to come forward.
Come in, anyone on patrol. Trike 1 is seeing some criminal activity.
Hang on, we're doing something important.
Citizens are engaged in a struggle over some
Like that?
valuables. Over.
I think that worked. Yeah, there we go. I can open the box.
Just the kind of
Nice.
tech I need.
Oh, we've also got a skill brick. Let's have a look at that. No, it's not there. This one. No, I went too far. Okay. Which one should we pick? All heart pickups dropped would be big hearts, or take down enemies without being spotted to increase the stud combo meter. And this one is enemies from a much further distance and plot out. I don't really use that. I don't know. Do I have to do all of one to open the next bit? I don't know. Not sure. Okay. Right, saying there's a crime over here. We'll do that in a sec. Let's see what this crime is. Hi, Punk Tempest. How you doing? Welcome in. Oh shit.
Here they come.
I'm not tired yet.
This is the.
Boom.
Nice
Defeat
work,
the
Al.
criminals. Did I do it?
This is
Crime
gonna make
stopped.
some report.
Nice. Yeah, we did it. Right, let's get back to what we were doing. Hi, Molly. Welcome in. Good afternoon. How you doing? Good day, chat. Good day, T. Good day, Punk Tempest. How are you? Okay. Alright. This has got to be the bat signal. It's just got to be it. Oh. Right, we're here.
It requires a little assembly.
Let's do it.
It's so I can get in touch with you.
Let's assemble it. Sell the pieces?
When this light hits
Hi,
the sky,
Molly.
it's a call.
Come in, anyone on patrol.
Not just a call.
Criminal activity.
A warning.
Reports of someone go
Got
snatching
it.
and grabbing. Over.
Snatching and grabbing. Oh, I don't know about that. Snatching and grabbing. Let's go. We are the night. Oh, we're meant to complete the chapter. I'll be back to do it. Get him.
Gordon, are you up to this?
I guess we'll find out.
Oh my god. How do we... Wait. Ah! Got him. Forgot I could do that.
Beaten already.
Nice.
All I care about is finishing the job.
Hell yeah. Right. Let's complete the chapter. I love the range on this. I think it is pretty good range. Like that. Woo! That's some good range right there. The stairs. Where's the closest we can get? Over here. Oh, gone down a bit. Not what we're meant to do. Oh, what's this though? There we go. Right, let's complete the chapter. There we go. Complete chapter 1. One bad day. Oh my god. Done the first chapter already. That makes me so sad. Me. Chapter 2. Hello there. Hi. Look, kitty. It's Catwoman. Oh my god. It's Catwoman. It's Two-Face. That's gotta be Two-Face, isn't it? Or is it not? I feel like that looks like Two-Face. Or am I wrong? And then Penguin. Catwoman, I know! It's Bruce Wayne and Alfred! Falcone. Falcone. Maybe Falcone turns into Two-Face. He had like a Two-Face look about him. Ooh. Ice Cream Falcone. Or does he turn into Mr. Freeze? Or does he not turn into anyone? He's here. In his full Joker glory.
Wait till they get a load of me.
Yay. Hi, Kevo. Hi, how you doing? Welcome on in. That was... Let me give you a shouty. The Joker. The Joker. Hey, hey. Hi. Hi, lovely. How you doing? Hi, Gibson. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. Okay, as Batman's reputation grows, so too does his base of operations. With the help of Alfred, Batman is turning the Batcave into a state-of-the-art headquarters for all his crime-fighting needs. How exciting. Oh my god!
Batcave has come a long way, Alfred.
Yay!
But we still
It
have
looks
work
like
to do.
something now.
It certainly has, Master Bruce.
Oh my god.
Where should we start?
It looks so good. Wow. And it's like this the spaces where we can put vehicles that we get to buy, unlock, I don't know. That looks like the proper Batmobile right there. Just got into work, big chillin'. Oh, I hope you have a great day at work. Thanks for coming in and saying hi. Sorry, I'm just freaking out about Lego Batman. This game has been so much fun. Okay, so there's 4 areas we need to improve. Okay, interact. Use Lego studs to build new vehicles. Batman 89. Okay, well, it wants us to do that one. Cost 1,000. I had no idea. So, like, this is the first time it's told us to spend any money. As you can see, we have 430,000 studs, and this is 1,000. That's crazy. I feel like we have a lot of money. This game looks so smooth. Honestly, this game has exceeded my expectations.
What could it have cost? $10?
No, sir, the other car, 1 out of 3. Okay.
I'll have to notate that on
Getting
the expense
close
account.
to an achievement there. Construction complete. Remember to return to the Batcave to build more vehicles. So when we unlock them... Oh, wait, no. Batman and Robin, 50,000. Oh, my God. That's a lot. 66. Batman 66. There's an exploit with the survey reward to farm studs. I don't feel like I need it. Batman versus Superman. Wow. Oh, they look so cool. I'm not going to rush into it at the moment. But yeah, that looks so cool. Oh, and then these are Gordon's vehicles. Welcome in. 1 SA, 1 AHP. I hope you're doing well today. Okay. By the end of the story mode, you will have roughly... Yeah, I didn't want to necessarily know. I would like to find things out myself. Okay. Isaiah with ones instead of I. Oh, okay. I hope I said that correctly. Isaiah. I'm not sure. Okay, 3 out of 10. Nice. Alright, let's go over here.
Alright, looks like it's operational.
That case has Lego plates which can hold different props. Customize. Okay. Hover over a prop and destroy it. Oh, okay. Open the inventory and select a prop to build. Oh my goodness, golly gosh. Build zone, okay. So this must be where the Twitch rewards come into. Yes, look, here it is. The drinks fridge and that one. And then after today's stream, I'll be able to add the other ones. Like it was the gaming desk and gaming chair. Oh, that would be fun. Drum. Balloons. Wow. Oh, little little bonsai tree. Oh, these are our trophies here, some of them. So that was a trophy. The surfboard was a trophy. The ace was a trophy. Nice, okay. Choose something to build. I feel overwhelmed. I don't know. I don't know what I want to build. There's so many options. It's a dance floor. Yeah, that's great. A lava lamp. That's so cool. With a prop set. Sorry, my dog's barking. Build anywhere on the Lego plate. Build. Ah, 1 out of 5 and we'll get an achievement. Try building some more. Okay. What else should we build? I know at some point I want to build the trophies I've been collecting. Should we do the dance floor as well? Okay. What else? I feel like this would be cool. It says 2 more and I have an achievement. Might do the 2 more to get the achievement. What's this? Yep, wait, throw that in there as well. Right, 1 more and I have an achievement. That's a big tree. I was not expecting that. They're pretty big. Should we do, oh my god, that's a huge Batman. How much space do we have? Place 5 props or trophies in the Batcave. Hell yeah. Okay.
It's coming together rather nicely.
So do they go anywhere or do they just stay here? That's what I would like to know. They can end up moving or not? I'm unsure. Aw, thank you for the sub. Enjoy the badge. The badge is so cool. Enjoy it. I don't know, I guess we'll figure out. Yes, yes. Seems like them for display, mate. Yeah, no, they look like display, but there's so many options. You can't possibly contain them all in that area. Does that make sense? There's so many, like, decoration items. They have to go somewhere. Wait, if Falcone's name is Carmine, does that mean his brother's name is Landmine? I like the connection. You're asking the real questions. The real hard questions. Okay. Alright, then we need to do something over here. Suit vault. Not your standard flat pack wardrobe. In the suit vault you can view, yes. I own the place. 1 out of 5. Okay, another achievement happening. Avid few bad jokes. We love the bad jokes.
I need somewhere to store my spare suits.
Dino your.
Hi, Demon. Welcome in. How you doing?
Space suit.
Oh, we could just see all of them. That's so
One must
cool.
always take adequate care of their evening attire.
That's really cool. Interesting. Dino door. Rawr. Oh, what was that? What? Huh? Why is there more? This place is insane. Oh my god. This is like... it's amazing, honestly. I am actually just stunned by this Batcave already. Diamond. Dinosaur. Demon is pretty good. Funny weekend. Just go. Oh. Oh yeah, it's Friday, isn't it? Nice. I hope you get home safe. Oh, so many possibilities. Oh, there's a little box. Get it. I'm so close to getting this. I think you should, honestly.
We left this here.
I reckon you'd enjoy it. Can we get up there? How's Lego Bruce Wayne going? It's amazing.
That's a little side
Demon.
project I've been meaning to show you.
Honestly, I think
shall
this
we
is the
find a
best game
battery
I've ever
for it, sir?
played. Okay. What are we doing? Oh, we need these. I'm just loving it. It's everything I wanted and more.
I present to you the challenge board.
The challenge.
When you hit certain criteria out in the field, more of the mural can be revealed.
Wait, what did he say?
Something else to help motivate you. Other
Wait, no. No, I want to know what you said. The challenge board, whenever you hit certain criteria out in the field. Ooh.
Doesn't offend your parents, obviously.
That's so cool. Okay, so by like unlocking stuff, maybe achievements, things like that, we'll get like this mural. That's so cool. Shout out Alfred Pennyworth, that worked so hard. Yeah, 100%. And Bruce Wayne did fucking nothing except run around in a costume. Kevin and Guano. Yeah. My next game I'm buying. Yeah, Jim is very excited about that game. We're missing a bit. Oh, wait, no, it was here. Oh. Oh. What? Cash in a challenge. I just got an achievement. So, okay, reach the maximum sub multiplier, legendary, knock 15 enemies off of high ledges, shield surfer, dodge over shield enemies 20 times, multi-man, collect a blue or purple stud while at max stud multiplayer, keep saying multiplayer, multiplier, bouncer, hit 3 different enemy types with a single rebound bolt. Untouchable. Defeat 30 enemies without losing any health. Brutal combat. Defeat a brute. Countermeasures. Perform 20 counters without taking damage.
The bat phone is ringing, Master Bruce.
I'm trying.
It's a telemarketer.
I'm trying to enjoy myself. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I was getting really excited.
It's Batmite. Come on, let's go shopping.
Huh? Is that? Wait, what is that?
You know what a blue black. You know what a blue black means. Alfredo. Oh my god. Then I want to buy Directive E20, and there's another game that I forgot that I really want to. Oh, there's a lot of games though. Back to Ree's pending title. Alright, Brawler. Defeat 100 enemies without losing all health. Treasure Hunter. Get all collectible items in any story mission. Recycler. Throw an enemy into a dumpster. Check it out. Throw batarangs to lure enemies from their post 20 times. Ah. Ooh. I did quite a few. Perform 200 stealth takedowns. I feel like I did that though. Did I not? Okay. I'm not gonna intentionally look. I'm sure I'll just eventually do them. There's so many little aspects to do in this game. Alright, follow the blue bat. Bat. Is this gonna be Batgirl? I don't know, that's all I think when I see a blue bat.
I know we have something to take out this wall. Just have to find it.
I believe something was delivered that could aid us here.
Okay.
Perhaps I should have created an inventory.
What have we got then? A gadget.
Oh yeah, this is perfect.
Explosive spray. Okay. What have we got? How do I use it? How do I use it? Ah, okay. That's just to interact. Bippity boppity. Bippity boppity. Ooh. Well, that's satisfying. Cool guys don't look at explosions.
I mean, successfully cleared.
Oh. Huh? Batmite the store. Enter shop? 50 Boppy. Oh!
Batman! The Batman! Well, not the Batman, totally different medium, but... Sorry, hang on. Batmite, super fan! I really wanted to be in the game, so I had to find some way to slide in. Even to put myself in the shopkeeper pantheon with this one.
That's what he said. Had to find some way to slide in.
Get your Bat stuff here. I got suits. I got props. All that Bat stuff you could want.
Mixtape is a new. Ah, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I feel like you'd enjoy that. Mr. Fifth Dimension himself. So we can just buy stuff, finding cabinets.
You let me know if you have any comments, questions,
Pirate
feedback.
costume. Wooden dummy. I feel like I would buy, for sure, like any costume I'm gonna come across. Not gonna lie. A washing machine.
Would you like to hear about the back card credit card program today?
I'm gonna buy the costume. I want every costume.
Oh boy, first sale completed.
You have
I'm
a
gonna
buy a
frame
hero.
this.
Okay. Vampire Batman. Okay, I want 2 more costumes to get apparently an achievement. There we go. Suit. Damn. So you just keep buying them. Just keep buying them. Okay, we'll buy one more. Oh, there we go. Now it's a red brick. I want the red brick.
This should make fighting crime a little easier.
Oh my god, wait, no. It's pink. Alright, no. Okay, we need to stop. Guys, I have a problem. I have a problem. But it's pink. Wait, we have to look at it. It's pink! Oh my god! How is orange? Oh my god, they're so cool. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a good day. Oh my god. How's T2 today? I'm good. I'm a bit tired. It's also a bit hot in here, but I'm having so much fun. I'm loving this game so much. He also knows I don't like him. I'm gonna be honest. I don't like Batmite. I mean, who does? He's 5th dimensional. Perfect. I know. I don't fucking equip a red brick. Oh my god, getting so many achievements. Gel Batman, that one I know, but it's so cool. It's like neon and fluorescent. But I want the pink. Are you also having? I don't think it's like right up there, but it is quite hot. Meant to be quite hot this week. I'm sitting at around like 24, 25-ish today apparently. I love it. Oh my god, look, and then that one, you can put some purple on it. Oh, that one's pink and purple. Oh, look at the pirate. The vampire one. Look at its red eyes. Oh, I can't deal with this game. Oh. Oh, no, I didn't want to do that. Fuck off. Fuck. What? You can add the modifier to the fucking car. This game is crazy. Just when I think I have seen so much, it's like, gotcha, bitch. Nah, fuck off. Watching when he flies. Orange is the New Black. I love that show. I love that show so much. Girlfriend in Sheffield, they're free like an hour ago. I think it's like, by the end of the week, it's meant to be that much, yeah. Full pink, do it? I might have to. But black is like the Batmobile, you know? Hi, Lemmy! How you doing? No, you're the cutie. How you doing? Hi. But I'm doing good. I'm just freaking out about this game. We can apparently make our car pink. We can make us pink. I need to sit down. I need to sit down. It's so beautiful. Look, we're pink. We're just all pink. So tired. I feel that. I hope you get good rest later. It's so hot right now. All pink. Everything. Yes. All pink. I'm so glad we bought some stuff. I just want to sit here and keep buying. I just want to keep unlocking. And now, buddy, it's too hot in here. Oh, yeah, it is. It's very hot. Go enjoy yourself. It's all you. I know. I love it. I love it so much. Double Nayla, even. Every playable character will be pink. Yes, we will all be pink together. Nayla, Nayla! Nayla, Nayla!
I got some shops opening up in Gotham, by the way. So I'll definitely be seeing you around.
Oh, we can do some upgrades as well. A concussive blast. Ooh. Throw multiple at once. I love how it like swarms bats. That is cool. But I could use my Batarang more, so I'm gonna look at some of them upgrades. I feel like that would be cool. The concussive blast. That beeping's really annoying. I like that one. Let's get that one. Ooh, one more, and I get an achievement, I think. Which one should we add? Should do the heavier one. Yeah, let's do that one. Purchase free gadget upgrades. I'm getting all the achievements, guys. Where did I get to? Oh my god. It's so much pink. I'm getting confused. Right. Went to my first test drive and I got... Ooh, how did that go? The way to the place was the longest part because they're always so far out of the city centers, but I drove alone for the first time and it was good. So well tired. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm glad it went well. It can definitely, when you begin, it can be quite tiring. Yeah. The pinkering. I haven't played a single Lego game before, but I've heard people love... Oh, I love them so much, Lemmy. I love them so much. Lego Batman is like the first Lego game I ever played. Back when I was a youngster. So this is just... food for the soul, honestly. Right, let's get out of here because there's a lot of beeping. I return, I have the best eyes. Nice!
Did that blast affect your hearing? The bat phone is ringing.
Oh, that's what's ringing. I was like, what is that noise? Telemarketers.
Shall I answer that?
Right, let's just get that out the way. They had to put the phone near the workbench. I think there's a mobile... Well, apparently this was nowhere near it. We could just hear this from a different room. Oh, why are we at 15% completion already? No. Lego Hello Kitty would make billions just saying, oh my god, Silver, I would love that. I would love that. I love like Hello Kitty Island so much anyway, but that would be so good. You should pitch that. You should pitch it, Silver. Are we all pink? We are all pink. Everyone is pink. I played Lego Star Wars. It was okay. I liked Lego Star Wars personally. I thought it was really good. My ex and I played Lego Star Wars. It was pretty fun. I'm guessing that's ex-husband, I think you mean. Yeah, I loved it. I thought it was a great time. We're pink!
The pie is truly mightier than the sword.
Everything okay, sir?
Uh-huh.
Well, you look like you've seen a ghost. Oh, my.
Don't drop my cocoa. Ex-husband, okay, thought so. Love it. Lego Stranger Things was a big dream of mine. Then Netflix lost the Warner Brothers deal, and Telltale Games won't make it now. That the deal. Oh, was that in the works? That would have been so fucking cool. Because they have like a Lego set as well. I think they have a couple Lego sets. The iTech and I commiserated at an appointment about. Oh, bless. Making connections. I love that. Batman and Alfred were putting the finishing touches onto the Batcave when disaster struck at City Hall. Mysterious mimes attacked Harvey Dent and began a crime spree across Gotham. It's time for Batman to take his new ride for a spin. Ooh. Ooh.
Harvey, you okay?
Oh, key lime.
Harvey! That is Two-Face. That is him. When I said that was him, and I think Jim was like, nah, that's what's his face. Harvey is Two-Face. I know that for a fact. That is Two-Face's real name. I know it. I feel 99% confident. You should be able to bedazzle the car. That would be great. That would be great. Harvey Dent is Two-Face. Thank you. I said it earlier. Jim was like, no, I think that's Volcane or whatever. I don't know. I was like, that's fucking Two-Face, mate. I can imagine going from Hawkins to the Upside Down without loading screens. Yeah, no. Honestly, you saying that, I feel like that would be a sick Lego game. 100%. They need more Lego games.
What's in the cup?
Water.
It stings.
With some lemon juice, salt, and just a touch of chili.
Medic!
Medic! Oh wait, so then Harvey, Two-Face, started as a police officer.
Get off of me!
During the Surfer Boy Pizza Man. Yeah. Definitely.
Dent, are you okay?
Watch out!
This poor guy! This poor
let them get
guy! I know he's a villain, but I feel so bad.
Dispatch says they're hitting spots all over town. Let's track them down.
Oh no, he's pink! Ah! It's so wild as someone that's never seen anything of this before. Honestly, the Lego humor in like all games and the films is honestly a whole nother level. It's so good. It's such a good time. I love it personally. But we have ads coming up in a minute, and we've just started a mission. So I feel like I'm going to run ads now and quickly use the bathroom. This is your opportunity, and also a reminder to also use the bathroom, stretch any part of your body you would please to. Take your eyes off the screen, whatever you need to do, and I'll be back in about 3 minutes. The Lego games, I feel, is a special kind of games that make you just smile. Yeah. I don't know if that's just for anyone or if that's speaking of someone that played them when I was younger. Just cut us. Alright, guys, I'm back in 3 minutes. Bye, Nate Lucy. Have a good time. Have fun.
I love you.
back, but I just squirted my Lucozade in my face twice by accident. So that was really clever of me. Hang on. So my glasses are a bit mucky. One sec. Alright. Nope, still needs a little bit of a clean. One second. I think I got it. I think I got it. Bring my drink closer. Here. I don't want to do this, but I feel like we'll probably go for this another hour and then probably finish. I don't want to. I feel like I could play longer, but it's very hot. I'm very hot sat here. Where did I get to? Oh, I got here. Can't really use the toilet on the bus. Can't really just whip it out. Oh, Demon. Yeah, I feel like I would not want to use one of those toilets. I'm so fussy with toilets. I think someone's doing something outside, which doesn't help. Although I don't think Batman is a superhero, and maybe it comes off like I don't like the franchise. The Batman villains tend to be tragic and even sometimes relatable. Harvey Dent really got screwed. Yeah, I get that. No, like, I think Batman definitely has a sense of like an anti-hero like thing. I think, I don't know if that's meant to be like written that way, but yeah, no. It is like tragic, you know. I feel especially like Harley Quinn and stuff. Firefox, what are you saying? Do you visit? I don't know what you're saying. I really appreciate fleshed out non-one-sided cardboard cutout villains. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like there was like this lore, you know, that goes into it. I need to learn certain Batman characters' names in other languages. That would be fun. Oh, is that what you're doing now? Are you like saying Two-Face in different languages? The Penguin. Thank you so much. Yesterday I did get some sleep. Tempest is so relaxing. Thank you for the community and the model of Demon. Welcome back, thank you. Oh boy, of course. It's very warm for us today as well. Yeah, it's like better downstairs because my mom's like, it's alright here. I'm like, yeah, but I think it would be alright, but obviously I can't have my fan on me. She's like, put your air conditioner on. I'm like, well, I can't because it's hot. Like, sorry, it's noisy and my mic will pick up, so I can't actually do that right now. So yeah, if I was gonna have my air conditioning on, I think I'd have to turn it on for a little bit before stream, and then turn it off because I think it would be too loud. But also I could turn it on and have my OBS open and test how much it picks it up. But I know it's like, it's quite close to my desk. It's my problem. Hi, your guy? I don't know if I said that correctly. Are you evening the odds? Of what, sorry? I actually feel it's quite complimentary that he's not a superhero. He could also have ended up a villain, and that's interesting. Yeah, yeah. Also, I didn't know that Christian Bale was British. I didn't know that either, actually. I feel like it's so hard to tell sometimes.
Someone needs to take that man down.
Okay, use rockets and grapples to take down vehicles. Okay. How do we do that? It may take a few hits to remove the vehicle's armor. Press Y. Fire. Fire! He has a British accent. It did a heart! Oh my god, did you see that? It did a heart. Because of our modifier. That's cool. Yeah, no, I feel like accents are hard to gauge as well. Does he have a British accent in Batman though? I don't think he does he? Lash onto the vehicle to bring it to a stop.
Good, it worked.
Oh. So I wonder if you have the other ones. What kind of explosion do they do? Look at the pink coming out! Oh, I got distracted. Looks so cool. Look at that. It's so cool.
Now to deal with the other one.
Attention all officers. So, we just...
I like how it changes like the actual effects of the car. It's not just the color. Oh, let's go around there. I'm witnessing a crime! Brilliant. Oh, they have range. They have range.
No mere minds can outpace the determined driving of Jim Gordon.
Get out of the way! Ah! Oh, yeah.
Attention all units. Report some more mines. This time near the decaying auto dealership. Please investigate. Over.
Please investigate. Over.
I thought I was done with these mines.
He has a very good American accent. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's like Andrew Lincoln, who plays like Walking Dead, who plays Rick in Walking Dead. Well, he's British. Never would have known that. Never would have known that. The voice cast has officially been announced by the Batman voice actor. Oh, because they haven't put it out yet, have they? Love the colors of the car. It's so cool. I am curious though, like if you change it, what other effects does it do? Like, so say if we do the toxic waste. Oh.
Well, here we
are. Oh, I pressed the wrong button.
Let's roll.
No, I wanted to.
Might want to check out the decayed car dealership.
Ooh.
See if any mines are hiding around there.
Just like slime. I need to find something to blow up. I need to blow up something, but it's not letting me. I want to see what explosion it does.
If I was driving one of those vans, a car dealership would be just the kind of place I'd hide.
I want to see the difference. It's not going to let me know. We'll change it back in a minute.
Those mines are.
Did you fly yet? I have fly. I flew. The way the cars just fly. I've done gliding and stuff, yeah. Okay, so find the mine van. Okay.
A few of these vehicles seem kinda familiar.
They look like they could use a good clean. Maybe there's something nearby that can help with that.
Well, what was that meant to do? Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god, the glide? Nah, wait. With the modifier I have now? Is that what you meant? Look! Oh my god! Look at it! Oh my god, this game. I'm obsessed. They did not have to go this hard with this game. That's so cool. It's so cool. Oh, I love it so much. Oh, makes me emotional. He's like a Pokemon. I love it. I love it so much. I love this game so much. Oh, I'm not crying. Right, so how do we do it? What are we doing? That doesn't work. Ah, I see. I'm living my best dreams right now, honestly. Yep, confirmed. This is the best game I've ever played. And it's really funny because I don't know like who would have heard this, but earlier when I found the toxic waste modifier, so it made like the green, I said there's meant to be 23 red bricks. So I was like, there's got to be a pink one, which I'm really excited about. I hope there's got to be like a pinky purple one, and then obviously I found it in the shop, so I'm so happy. That's amazing. It is. It's so cool. That was a trick shot. It was. It was like bam, 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 bam. What version of the game do you have to? I have like the deluxe one because I got the advanced access. All right, let's use this. Oh wait, we have to plug it in. Hang on, BRB. Me. All right.
Now there's a van that looks familiar.
Did we just find it straight off the bat? Just straight off the bat.
Like one of the vans we've been chasing.
Straight off the bat, I found it. It was the first one. Very good. I'm just loving it so much.
Ah, I knew it. That filthy van's full of filthy criminals.
Hold on.
Not gonna like this.
Holding all units.
Can we shoot rockets at it? I want to see. I want to see the different effects. We will go back to the pink, but I'm very intrigued about the.
You don't have to tell me twice.
All the effects it does. Oh.
Time for those squeaky clean creeps.
Damn it. Everyone out of the way. Ooh. Okay. Right. Let's change. Let's change again. I want to see. Which one should we try now? The orange. Let's try the orange. I'm intrigued. Ooh. Oh, interesting. Okay. Let's try a different one. Which one should... Ooh, let's try the nautical one. I'm having tacos tonight. Nice. What do you put in your taco? Oh no. No, we have to grab it now. There's no launching. Damn it.
So much for a clean getaway.
Calling all units. Mine sighted near Shrek's department store. No criminal activity reported, but might be worth checking out. Over.
Alright, let's go. I want to see what this one does. That guy! Hi, welcome in. How you doing? Batman. Batman, yeah. Cucumber. You put cucumber in your tacos, really? I thought it was like a beefy lettuce kind of combination. I'm not very experienced with tacos.
Better head to Shrek's and see what those mimes are up to.
There's Shrek's store. Oh, and look. Another mime right out front. Let's find out what's
I'm
going on.
doing great. I'm glad to hear that. That makes me happy to hear. Shrek's?
Talk! Who do you work for? We haven't got time for this mime nonsense.
Hey, hang on. I'm good at these. Now that's more like it. Okay, something about a car. No, truck. Speeding towards us. Out of control? Oh.
I should have stayed on Broadway.
He broke character! Cucumber, corn, tomato, mince meat, sour cream, hot. Ah, okay. Okay. Yeah, good combination. It's Catwoman! Interesting they went with this. She's out for
Meow.
Yes! Interesting they went with that costume.
Hey, she took my grapple.
Meow. That was
get
hilarious.
after
It was
her.
great. So many funny things.
You're already gone.
Shut up.
She meow. She's like, yeah. I don't know what like costume was I expecting, but it's interesting. So I'm guessing we're doing like a Catwoman mission now. I'm about that. I'm about that. I'm about it. I'm about it. I'm gonna put my leg thingy up, but it's already out, mate.
Hey!
Aren't you minds meant to be silent?
I'm not with them. And I'm guessing neither are you.
Who are you? Who's the man behind the mask?
It's interesting it's got snitches on it. Maybe it's like early costume.
I think we can help each other.
Sorry, bad boy. I work alone.
Are we gonna be working with her?
Oh, on second thought, maybe I could do with the extra muscle.
Are we teaming up? Oh my god. I am Catwoman, hear me roar!
Allow me.
Oh my god!
Door's still closed. Maybe I can use my whip on the spool as well.
Look at the dodge. Ooh. That's some... Oh, that's some good dodging. Oh! She can glide as well. Oh. Oh, I want to do a backflip. Yay, free stream streak. Thank you for the free stream shrink. What? Free stream streak.
I
wow,
wonder what
thank you.
hidden behind here.
I appreciate it. Lurk, I'll be lurking as I work on a project. Ooh. I'm intrigued, but I hope it goes well. Enjoy. And thank you for the lurk. Free string streak, yeah. Words are hard, okay? She's a whippy little gal. Cartwheels are fun. I like that. Right. Whip it! I stumble over every second word. Okay, okay.
I know.
As long as it's just me. Not.
We're gonna
not
have to
what?
find an unconventional way out of here.
Not
You
just
in?
me. I want to whip him.
Keep an eye out.
Look! He's getting crazy! That's so funny. That's... Oh. All the design choice. Cat heads! That's what we're looking for. That's a trophy, guys. This level. Cat heads. I didn't see it, though. I was too busy smashing stuff. Open.
There must be somewhere I haven't looked yet.
Hmm. Oh. Can we not go in here? Like, that would be something cool to get in. 45 minutes left of the bus. Hell yeah. Then you can use the bathroom. I want to whip him. Understandable. Proceed. It was satisfying. Look at him go. Match this to the room. I want to know how we get in here. Maybe we'll at a different point. Maybe
Well,
we keep going.
this looks promising. You won't mind if anything falls in my pocket. will
So
you?
is this the cat head? No. Looks similar though. Is this the cat head?
People call me the
No.
world's greatest detective, you know? Something is telling me the picture frames are clues.
Ooh. Respect.
There's something about the statues in this photo. I can feel it.
Yeah, you probably got to line it up that way for it to work. Yeah, they're not the right way. That's a nice necklace you have, T. Is that new? Yeah, it is new. My partner got it for me a couple weeks ago. I picked it when we went to a market, and I said, I like that one because it makes me think of you, because it's like the color of his eyes. And then he was like, I like that, that's pretty sweet. I was like, thank you. But yeah, and I just haven't taken off since. There we go. But thank you. There.
I
Cute.
have one of these too. A secret entrance to my
He
lair.
thought so too.
It's themed.
I want to
with
know
bats.
how we get in here.
Like me.
Can we go out the window maybe? No. I just feel like that is something. Thank you. Thank you. Maybe we'll get there in a different way. Don't know. I don't think there's anything here. Right.
Ugh, fish smell. Gross.
Didn't you like fish as a cat?
Ugh, let's show these mimes some real performance art.
That's the room I want to go in, isn't it? No. Oh no, we're in the room now. Oh! Cool. And Eric, hello, are we sexy kidding now? Yes! But boy,
Door's locked tight. Let's
look.
build our way through.
Look! Look at the glorious! Look at it! Ah! I just made a I like bird sound. And also, I learned that apparently we can make our car the colors as well. I'm like dying. I'm dying. So we've been having a great time. The pink indeed is so good. It's so good. Oh my god, wait, and I have to show you as well. Wait. I don't know if it's gonna work, but when he glides, let's see. Look! Look at the glide! Look at the glide. Ready? Ready? It's like little hearts. And then when you're in the car with this one and you shoot the rockets, the kaboom does like a heart shape. And the smoke is like pink. It's so beautiful. But it doesn't have to be like just pink. This is like this specific outfit. So like the more you go through, then obviously some are like purple and stuff like that. So it changes. Yeah, and then we got the orange one as well. Ooh. But yeah. So we've been having a pretty good time. Whipped him right in the pink, yeah. It's fun though, look, it goes spinny. It's very satisfying. Oh, that's fine. I know. That's fine. No. The orange one is very nice as well. When you just when you have it like the plain orange, like that, very bright. But apparently there's a shop in the Batcave now, and I was able to buy some red bricks. Does Catwoman have anything yet? I'm not sure. No, it's just that. No. I think you get them at the end of missions. Oh, we don't have a key. About to come back and get a key. Find a key, come back here maybe. But yeah, there's so much in this game, and it's crazy. Can we do this or not? No. Okay. But yeah, I've just been freaking out.
These mines won't let up.
You clearly have a powerful enemy.
Oh, I can get somewhere I shouldn't be with this.
Cool. Oh. 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 I keep pressing the wrong buttons. Ah, yeah. It's usually at the end of the mission. It will show a new outfit. I don't want to go this way. Let's go the other way. The other way is probably like a side quest thing. Oh wait, there's the key. Gimme. 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 Gimme.
Ugh, couldn't even be bothered to find a good stylist for its photo shoot.
Destroy everything. Is this one to open? Why can't we open this now? Missed our chance.
A new toy, huh?
Oh, we've missed one? Where have we missed one? Wait. Why can't I not get out the room? Hang on. Where have we missed one? I don't understand. Where could we have missed one? Right, that's the room we've just been in. Am I like blind? Oh, wait. Oh, you cheeky little so-and-so. I should probably detect more, but I'm trying to do it like on my own, you know?
My, whatever will they come up with next?
I don't know. Maybe I should. So then I don't miss anything. I don't know. Usually I find it on my own. Haven't seen any cat heads so far. Right, okay. So this is the one we're going in. But I do wonder what costume we might get when we finish this for Catwoman. Cool. Get that guy over there. Wait just a second. Wait. Did you see the finisher? Oh my god. Oh my god. Even like the fighting effects. It affects the fighting effects. That's crazy. Stop. That's so good. How do they think of all these things? There's so much.
I didn't see any stairs up here, or anywhere. Let's take the elevator.
Oh my god. I'm in awe. I love this side of Batman. You mean the pink? It's so good. I love it. I wonder if that's going to be the only pink one. But that one is called Beauty. So I'm not sure. Yeah, because if we go like that, it's called Beauty. So I feel like it's probably going to be maybe the only pinkish one. Oh, what did we just do then? I thought we threw something. Ah, that's nice. Ooh. That's some range. Right, okay. What are we doing? We're looking for cat heads. Oh, okay. That was one. Okay, okay. Right, what are we doing? What did he say? I didn't see any stairs here, so let's take the elevator. Okay.
Bad guy. I thought we had to hurry.
Boxes and cat heads.
Oh, look. How cute.
Aw, cat.
Are they gonna be okay?
Oh, the cat should be fine.
Looks like our ride may be over.
Come on, Bat Boy. Get us moving again.
So, what's in here?
It's Batman.
If there's anything in here.
The mechanics for the elevator should be through this wall. Just need to get to them somehow.
I'm so happy he's pink.
Did the calculation.
There we go.
I thought cats always landed on their feet.
Oh, shush. There's an exit this way. Let's keep moving.
How does the cat head we're collecting look any different to those cat heads? That's what I'd like to know.
Don't worry. I'll take care of that vent.
Cool. No. We're gonna investigate first before we speed off. Ah! That's what it is. Okay. That does look quite different, I'd say. It's a bit bigger. Oh, we're stuck. Oh, nice. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. I would like to know how they made this game so amazing. Cass! Thank you for the 7 stream, kitty. I hope you had a good stream. I hope you had a good day. The stories looked great. Bam. Right. Let's be Batman. So,
My muscles won't fit through that.
that's right. That's what we're for.
I think
Thank
it's
you.
time
It
I
was a
called in
big
friend.
day and poot. I can imagine. Oh, bless you. Make sure you get some good rest.
How observant of you. I scratch their back, they scratch mine.
We just summoned a cat. Oh, I'm a kitty. Oh my god. Look. You summoned kitties. Yeah. This is great. I know. This game. This game is so good. I love this game so much. Oh, I can't do it. I was in a fan base of Lego games, but this one looks great. Honestly, Cass, I am just stunned at the amount of detail in this game. I can change the color of my bat suit so it's pink. And I can change the color of my car and now it's pink. And when I glide, it has purple hearts coming off of my wings and it's just... it's magical. But yeah, it's very different to old Lego games, I'd say.
A band of highly trained feline
Are we at cat
companions
now?
that can
Yeah.
complete covert operations.
Yeah, we just summoned a kitty.
Yeah, these little guys know all kinds of tricks.
Cool kitty unlocked. See? But I think it has to be for a specific reason. There we go. This was a little grey one. Ah. Oh. Ah. I better see. That was fast. Summon them with a laser pointer, so funny as well. Oh, it's just the details. It's the details. Batman is a Disney princess. Wreck-It Ralph confirms it. I mean, it looks good. Looking good. Oh, I think we need to go in there by the looks of it. I don't think we have to, but there's maybe a little something in there. Little treat. Or is that the way we got in here actually? Wait. I think that's the way we came. Yeah. Oh, we're a little white one now. Look at her as well. She's like in awe. Oh. Okay, we are going this way then. And yes, I am saying that Catwoman is a pet, just not in a weird. In a
Looks like an ambush.
Definitely an ambush.
Okay. What are we doing then? Oh, my knees. I love that. That's so cool. Let's get this guy. And then there's gonna be one guy over here. Let's get him. Oh, press wrong button. Oop. I wonder what they think of the kitty. I didn't notice that. Missed opportunity. Oh, I love it. It's so great. Right, destruction. Let's destroy everything. I got to charge my headset, so I'm probably not going to hear much going back and forth. All good, all good. Thank you for being here, and I hope you have a good day. Batman killing them with kindness, with the hearts, yeah. Kill them with kindness. Locate anything useful nearby. Yeah, well, not at the moment. At the moment, I'm just destroying. Still gonna be here though. I appreciate you. Destroy everything. Meow. Oh, there's a blue one here. We gotta get money, because we got, like, stuff to buy at the Batcave, you know? Right. Yeah, that stuff's probably useful, but I feel like this looks kind of secret, and we should go this way. Meow. Tomorrow we're doing this or GTA. We're gonna continue doing this until we finish. So we can just focus on this. I feel it'd be easier so that we don't have to rush San Andreas. And we can just enjoy this, and then when we finished it, we can go back to it. And I'm really enjoying this, so I feel like I wouldn't be giving GTA like the love it deserves right now. Hey Iva, I hope you're doing well. Very good, I like that idea more. Yeah, because I just thought I'll just be rushing through GTA and not really like appreciating it. So we'll finish this and then we'll go back to it. Not rush it. Nice, okay, third one. That's weird. Why is that like just a bundle of stuff? Want us to not know. We can just go back to like a chill pace. Yeah, totally. Yeah. I'm gonna try stop planning my games as well because my mind changes so often. So at the moment I'm like, okay, we're playing this, we're gonna go back to San Andreas because we're like halfway through. And then after that, I don't know at the moment. I think I'll decide when we're there. There's just too many options. Okay. Yeah, deciding spontaneously is the best, I think. Yeah. It's just, I have so many games I want to play. And so many I have in the backlog. Okay. Oh, I wasn't meant to do that. Yeah, well that's what I thought it was. Oh, I've got the wrong thing open, that's why. Ah, there we go. What I think you should do is to play the game you feel for when you won't feel forced to play something. I mean, I don't feel like forced. It's just I wanted to finish it before we started this. And then I didn't want to pause playing it, but I feel like that is what's best to do. Not that I feel like pressured or forced.
Looks like your cat hit a roadblock.
Oh no.
Distract the
Miss
guard.
Kitty knows how to handle herself.
I'm not ready for this.
So cool.
Oh, why is it so cute? Oh, so cute. I'm just, oh. My little heart. I like spinning the wheels. The wheels are fun. That's something we could possibly do, you know? When we finish a game. So like at the end of like San Andreas, we go to the wheel and spin it with all the games on the list. That could actually be a good idea, Demon. And then it erases me having to decide. Hi, Grim! How you doing? Welcome in. I'm gonna sub uncontrollably if I ever play this game. That's how I feel right now. I'm like, no, you guys are gonna be like, why is she crying at a cat? Can't talk too much, I'm at work. Ugh, gross. All good though, Grim. I hope work's going well. Enjoy your day.
Nothing else around. Here, that sign just
it destroys
way
stuff.
up.
Let me
We haven't
guess.
seen any
You think we should check the
cat
whole
heads, have
room
we?
top to bottom?
Have we seen any cat heads, by the way? Before I move on. Just, need to make sure. Okay, I don't think so. I get free food, I'm happy. That's a good point. Free food is always good. If it's good food, yes.
Oh, I definitely took a claw going that way. Let's try for more panache.
Panache. Pinoche. I don't want this game to ever end, I swear. Okay. There we go. Alright, let's swap. Cool. Oh, it's a crate! Nice. Love pumpkin spice, hell yeah. Okay, I have to go, bye. Have a great day, Grim. There's no cat heads in here, is there? No. Does anyone see any cat heads? Oh, what a shame. You're stuck in there. He's stuck in there. Ooh. Okay.
Ooh, a video game.
Oh, we're at the top. Oh, this is cool. I love this. This game. Amazing. Oh, get them. I feel like we want to avoid the dog. Okay. Then up. Nice. Okay, and then down. Move the dog. Oh, I love that. That was fun. That's a nice little... Oh, it's the brick! Feline. What is that? Let's have a look. I want to see. Oh, it's pure white. Oh, that's pretty. That's nice. I am intrigued. So if you had like a two-toned. Ah, it goes grey. Ah, okay, okay. That is pretty, yeah. They have some really nice options. That was a fun little mini game to get the brick. I liked that. Alright.
Now that's an entrance with panache.
Too far? Interesting. There we go. Cool. I've not seen any heads. I don't know if I'm missing them. They are the bigger ones, though. Not the small ones. I've not seen any. That's clean. It was clean, wasn't it? Very nice modifier.
We need to work together here. Can you do that?
Guess we'll find out.
Okay. Batman, you're kind of like in the way, man. Just having a hot dog. What was he doing? Just eating a hot dog. Ah, shit. Well. Ow. That was not very nice. Nice.
Where do you find this many mines? Let alone
He loves
ones
that dog.
like-
Can I pet that dog? Eating a hot dog from the center. Sure sign of a criminal. You don't
I
give
just
a
love
fuck.
a big, strong man who's not afraid to show it with someone half his size.
All right, let's go.
Not quite.
Oh. There we go. Oh. Oh, we did attack her. Oh. Almost got us there. Maybe did a little bit. Oh my god, so many people. Is there one we can like get to spin around and then hit others? I don't know if he hits others like by doing that. Oof.
Need to focus.
Get him hits in. Yeah, come on, Batman. Bam, bam. Slap him with the fish. I love where they keep bringing the fish into it. It's great. Nice.
Just keep coming. We have to get out of here fast.
We blow open the front doors and we're free. Come on.
Oh shit. Oh. Well, that's funny because I dodged the direction of it. I feel I prefer fighting as Batman though. So I'll watch Batman Gaming at the gym tomorrow also. Yeah. There's ads in a sec. Oh, we did a different one then. Okay then. Let me snooze. Why are you not letting me out? There we go. I put some nuggies in the oven. Ooh, nice. I hope you enjoy. It's raining here. I wish it was raining here. I feel that. I feel that. Oh, there it is. Please be the fourth one. Nice. Okay. Worried I'd missed one. Oh, she doesn't look very happy. Alright. Making up that money. Oh, what's this? Hang on, I gotta break furniture. Ooh. Is it gonna want me to imitate that? I feel like it is. Can the cat run the treadmill? I feel like probably not. No, but it had the option for some reason. Shame. Yeah, I feel like we're meant to go this way, so I think we'll do this. It looks like a Simon Says thing. Wish they had a fashion mummy. She could catwalk on the catwalk. Simon Says in it, definitely. Right, okay, let's focus. Right, so it was dum, 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 dum. Do we do it? Yay! Oh, I love that. That's so fun. Oh, I know. They should have let it be a thing. Yeah. Ooh. We just need one more cat head for this level. Probably after this level we'll finish there. Yay! Not, like I said, not that I want to, it's just, it's very warm. Oh, spin. I missed it. Oh well. And you can still play it. Bruh, get out of the way. Ten out of 10 mission. Right, let me snooze again. There we go. Alright. Let's carry on, shall we?
One of those displays will help us smash those doors open.
Ah, there's a little kitty bit there. Behavior wishes he wrote that.
As if a lot could keep me out for long.
I'm
I'll be
so
back.
talented. It takes a long time to acquire this skill.
Where there's a lock, there's a key. Keep looking, so we snatch the prize first.
What? Why can we try?
Lock unturned.
Oh. Oh, I got jam. Why are we in here?
We'll need a key to get into the display. Spread out and look.
That was so cool. Why was that a thing? Does something happen if we use the other one? People are running off. Love how half the game is breaking furniture. Gotta get that money. Gotta get that money. Yeah, it's just the one. So we got a little stud by doing that.
All right, Miss Kitty. We're looking for an office key. Do your best.
Yeah, gotta
Is
get
she
that
really
money,
gonna be
honey.
able to find it on her own?
She's very capable. Even gets her own dinner.
Oh yeah.
Oh, sounds like my pretty kitty's got something nifty.
My pretty kitty. Anything else in here? Catch can fetch, mate. Alright, I'm
Good
here.
girl.
Nice. Oh, we just dropped on the floor. Okay.
Your whip should provide enough momentum to wind the spring and you get the gist.
Is there any, aha! Oh. Last one. No, I know that's the last one. There we go. Yay! Got the trophy for the level. And we got all the boxes as well.
I got it.
Oh, she screamed. Brilliant. Right, let's build. Ooh.
Come on. We can't walk out the front door. So let's blow it down. I love big amps, can't lie. You play? No? Time to start.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, I missed it. Damn it. There we go. Damn it! I get too eager. Beautiful. Oh, just got an electric shock. Beautiful.
Was
want an
that
encore.
really necessary?
Liven up, baddie. We have a date at the zoo.
The zoo?
Need to drop in on an old friend.
What, penguin? We did it! Hell yeah. Unlock Catwoman, hear me roar, yay! We did it. We're master builders, I know. Fantastic, the minigame, yeah, I like that. The building sounds are so funny. I love the building sound. It's all very satisfying. I want to play this game so bad now. I would highly recommend it if you wouldn't guess. That's what it was, Billy. I heard daddy, not baddie. Oh my god. Right, so we did Shrek's department store. Got a skill brick.
Woohoo!
Woohoo! New suits. Oh, she got retro video game. Okay. Alright, I'm settled. I got my food. You got your nuggies. Nice. Wait, Batman plays the guitar in the Lego Batman movie as well? Yeah. Yeah. Cause I'm a millionaire! No, a billionaire? Billionaire, I feel like you'd say. Batman is reluctant new ally. Catwoman were chased into Shrek's department store. But what do these criminal mimes want with this cat burglar? And who is their leader? Catwoman thinks she knows, but can Batman trust her? We have ads coming up in like 50 seconds. So I'm going to run them. And then probably after that, we'll find someone to raid. So I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. Goodbye. Hi. To anyone who can hear me, I'm just sat here waiting. I'm just waiting for a mate. Thank you for stream. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, Demon. I'll see you tomorrow. I appreciate it. Oh. 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 Just waiting for the ads to be over. Oh my god, Nephra is working on such a beautiful emote. Ooh. Ooh. Just waiting for the ads to be over. Oh. Yeah. Working on a commission. Looks good. God, it's bloody hot. Just waiting for the ads to say they are over. Shocking him with a mission? Never, mate. I'll see you tomorrow, bat guy. Are they done yet? Are they done yet? Are we there yet? Okay, we'll just come back. Hopefully they should be done in a sec. Wait, maybe if I go... It just doesn't say. It just doesn't tell me. Like, usually it says in progress. But it says nothing. It doesn't tell me progress. It's weird. It says my bitrate is weird. Yeah, it just says start soon. Maybe it's okay then. Right. Oh, there we go. Are we there yet? Not yet.
This old friend. You believe they're behind the mime attacks?
You'll have to wait and see.
Should we go to the zoo? AR trading missions have appeared in Gotham. What does that mean? New activity. Where's that?
Well, look at you, becoming even more of a hero every day. I can help you out a little bit with that. You'll find races all around Gotham. Try to keep your times down.
Ooh.
Good luck.
I'm intrigued. What does that mean? We're not seeing about the races. Do we look on the map, maybe? Tower, subway, shop, drive-in trial, shop. What's it? What's at the shop? This is my city. Place a pin on the map. Hell yeah. We did that. I'm intrigued. Like, what is at the shop?
Come in, anyone on patrol. Assistance
What's
needed
that?
in Old Gotham North. Two citizens are engaged in a struggle over some valuables. Over.
Subway and exit. I know. It's so good. We can appreciate that.
If you get a chance, drop by. New stuff just in.
They're very clever with their wordplay. Ooh.
Did I remember to turn off the
Oh, it's just a bat mic. Okay. There's some in the Batcave and then just some in the world as well.
You're back. Ready to spend that hard-earned dough? Capitalism. Oh!
Server tower. Not from mining Batcoin? Okay. Suit for Batman. Ooh. What's this? A temple statue. Ooh. Should we purchase it?
Yeah, that works for you. That's Batmite approved.
Oh, that one looks cool.
No refunds. Don't have the technology for that.
I want all the costumes. Just gonna say.
Oh, I see the vision here.
25 out of 100. Wow. Suit for Catwoman. Oh my god. Okay, we're sold out. Right, what was that? I want to see it. Oh, she's got a few. Batman Beyond. Arkham City. This one we just bought. That is cool. Oh. That's cool. And you can make the color different. Oh my god. So pretty, I know. These are really nice. I actually kind of really like this one. This game and its details. It's a whole new level of Lego I never anticipated. I kind of really like this one. But I feel like maybe we should put the... I'm so used to her in black though, do you know what I mean? I might leave her in black. She looks good.
Hey there! Aren't you glad you don't have to get hopelessly lost to find
Oh,
me?
it changed her glider as well. That's cool. Yeah, this game. Okay, QT will spend eternity in the screen. No. It's okay. I can wait until tomorrow.
You enjoying the game so far? I don't know if you know.
Yeah, I am.
From? Batman games are a pretty big deal.
I am enjoying the game. That was a short eternity. I can make choices.
You know, back in the fifth dimension, we don't usually leave.
The fifth dimension. Oh, we're in a different area. I didn't realize that. We are in a different area.
Other imps hanging
I
when they want to
reckon-
sell us a bunch of cool stuff. Just an FYI.
Oh my god. Yes.
Let's
We
get
got her
moving.
bike. Oh my god, I love that. We'll perch ourselves outside it and then it'll be ready for tomorrow.
Head to Old Gotham North immediately.
Oh, look at his little cape
Suspect attempting to enter somewhere
in the
using
wind. Oh,
non-traditional means. Over.
sounds good. Oh, nice bike. Oh, crime stopped. We just did something and I don't even know how we did it. There we go. I guess we'll stop here. Upgrade available. Guess we'll do that. What should we do? Oh! Oh my god, it's gone into the next bit. Oh, maybe it's like chapter by chapter. Ooh. That was more self-control than I've ever shown in my whole life. Launch BA while in a vehicle to eject high into the sky. Dive while gliding to plummet down to the ground, dealing damage to enemies below. That's cool. Perform a focus grapple launch while grappling to soar through the skies. This move requires 1 bar of focus to use. Okay, what are these then? Increased range of focus generated by basic attack. Perform takedowns from a glide. That's cool, I like that. Increase health. That's cool, but like, we have a lot of health. I don't find to be struggling with it. Counter melee attacks at the perfect time to deal extra damage. Dodge range attacks and charge attacks at last possible moment to generate focus. I like the takedowns from the glide. Purchase a skill upgrade from each category. Hell yeah. You're still live? Yeah, this is like the normal time around live. But hi, Billy Waffles. How you doing? Alright, I guess we'll stop here. I think we could upgrade like something on our workbench as well by look of it. No, we look so cool. Look at that. You could see the rain on the helmet. Do you see that? And it's like dripping down the bike and dripping down the mask. So crazy. Imagine you have a box of crayons. Crayons. First crayon draws a flat straight line. Second crayon turns that line into a flat square. Third crayon builds that square into a real pop-up box you can hold. Why is someone's ass in our face? That is our world. Fourth crayon is time, which lets you watch the box get older. My brain. Hello, Nosy. Thank you for the lurk. Hi, cutie. I appreciate you. Who made this game? I hope their pillow is forever cold. I know. They, oh my god. I wonder how long this game was in production. I'm genuinely curious because I don't know if a lot of people notice the shit I notice, but I'm noticing it, and it's just the amount of details that you just wouldn't expect in a Lego game, you know? People walking around with their umbrellas because it's raining. Why are you just holding money? Are you waiting to get robbed? The fifth dimension is like a magic superhero power. If you were in the fifth dimension, you could jump at any birthday party you want, anytime you want, just like walking into a different room in your house. You can see your past, present, and the future all at the same time. My god. Yeah, that's some deep shit. Ah, so that's the explanation of the fifth dimension.
Are you lost?
Is she talking to us?
Nice driving.
Did she walk all the way down the hill just to say, are you lost?
I can take a little shortcut.
Because now she's going all the way back up. Hi, Best Doctor. Batmite has seen his... So where is Batmite from? Exactly. Oh, she's going to pay for a taxi, I see. Are you right, my love? You look very happy. Does that pedestrian know they're in Gotham? I wouldn't... Yeah, I know. Maybe we'll take it. Can we take your money?
Danger nearby? Am I in danger?
Is someone in danger nearby? Am I in danger? Oh my god. That's so funny. This game's so silly. Am I the danger? Like, you know, am I the drama? Am I the danger? Hi, Best Otto. How you doing? 100 for a taxi is wild. That's how they pay for everything.
Sky's opening up once again.
They just like fling hundreds out.
No locking
Are you guys
eyes,
doing well?
always
Yeah. I've had such a fun time. I'm gonna finish now though. Oh my god, 19%. That's like 10% per stream. Because it's quite hot, and I'm kind of struggling in the heat. But have we saved? Save and quit. Would you like collectibles will be saved but progress? No, we're not doing an objective, so that should be fine. Am I the danger? Am I the one who knocks? Oh, please take care of yourself. Thank you, cutie. Yeah, I'll go downstairs. Where's... Oh my... No, stop. They've... Ah! So it changes the beginning screen to the suit you're wearing. Oh my god. Fuck off, man. Fuck off. What do you mean? Because obviously that was like just the normal suit. Now, it's the suit we're in. What is the detail of this game? Ugh. Can't deal with it. It's just... It's beautiful. Seems like a pretty cool game. Honestly, Otto, this is the best game I have ever played in my whole entire life. And that is not an exaggeration. I mean that. This has been my favorite game ever. And I am appreciating all the fucking minute details. Thanks for stream, T. It's been a fun time. Thank you for being here, boy. I had the best time. I always do with you guys. I wish I could be here longer. I literally would. It's just, it's hot. It is hot. Apparently I've been playing for about 10.6 hours. And I have 16 achievements so far. And they're all glowing, I think, because they're all quite rare. Because no one's obviously done them yet. 31%. Sad times. Sad times. I'm gonna be really sad when this is over. The pinkage. I know. I can't believe that actually changes due to the suit you're wearing. That's so cool. I can see Heather Lucy drop quiet lyrics in all the streams on Nurkin. She's a good supporter like that. The pinkage. Listen to you stream team. I'm so excited to see more of this game. Me too. Me too. I don't know what the weather's meant to be like tomorrow. If it's like meant to be warmer or cooler. Let me have a look. It's meant to be cooler tomorrow, apparently. It's apparently like 26 right now. Probably more so in my room, to be honest. So tomorrow's meant to be 20, so hopefully it will be more bearable tomorrow. I was going to say if it's warmer, I would have put my air conditioning on a little bit before I started. But it should hopefully be okay. I'll keep an eye on it in the morning. Where'd I get to? Oh, that's not my stream. I'm looking at the wrong chat. Thanks for the stream. Sadly, work prevented me from joining earlier. That's okay, Otto. That's okay. I hope work went well, and I hope you can enjoy yourself. And if you choose where you choose to go next, it is the vibe for you. Hi, Pengu. I hope you're doing well. The details and all the little extra things that didn't need to be there but are makes it so much better. Like Catwoman adoring the cat. Exactly. And I don't know like how many people appreciate those like minute details, but they're hitting for me. And I'm a person that notices little details in everything. And yeah, it's just how she's like, oh, little baby. It's so cute. I could be Batman. I'm Batman. Where's Rachel? Justice for Gotham. Hi, Viewdix. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the free stream streak. 47 more to go to get back to what was at. Woo! I'm so sorry for your loss. Must support the babies. You're adorable. Alright. We're done. I am not rating anyone playing this game. I refuse because I want to keep blind to it. I'm going to be honest. I think I'm just going to raid Nayla because that's where I'm going to go anyway. And that's what I want to do. That's where I'm going to be. She's playing God of War, which is her first playthrough for anyone that doesn't know who Nayla is. Nayla is playing God of War. And, yeah, it's her first playthrough, so, yeah. Bye, saves. I hope you had a good time chilling. Thanks for stream. Thank you for being here. E of War, yeah. Hope you cool off soon. I'll feel so much better when I'm downstairs. It's just, like, the heat on top of the computer. It's a lot. It's a lot. And I think like with the headphones as well, I'm gonna be in both chats as well. You're gonna be just there because that's where we're going. Honestly saying going to Nayla's, yes, let's go there. That sounds like a good time. I can imagine, yeah. And I think I just want to get like my hair off my neck as well. Like, who invented hair and why is it so long? Oh, whoa, what? But guys, thank you for being here. I had such an amazing time. As always, you do have a lot of hair. This is true. When I started streaming though, it was here. So it's great. And even like last year, like last March, it was here. It was about there actually. And now it's yeah. So in a year, it's grown a lot as well. But there's the raid messages if you would like to use them. Gonna show Nelosi some love. Huge growth. And I appreciate that because I go through stages where I'm like, I want to cut all my hair off. And then I do it and I'm like, why did I do that? Chop? Nah, I just need to tie up. I'm never gonna chop my hair off again. I really like it long. It makes me a happy little Gertie. Like, when I'm doing my girly murders. Alright. Bold like me. No, I could not. Your hair looks good. Thank you, Otto. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm really happy with it. I've been waiting for it to grow out for a long time, so. Tempest, I'm on about GTA, okay? The girly murders. Okay. Just don't look at my Netflix list of what I've been watching. But, I love you guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the streaks, the redeems, the follows, the gifted subbies. I think that was what's happened today. More streaks. Yeah. Oh, and then there was a sub as well. But yeah, thank you guys. I really appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow where we'll be playing more of this game, which I'm so excited about because I've been just loving it. I hope you've been enjoying it as well. And yeah, thank you guys for being here. See you in Naleezy. I love your butt. I love your butt. Bye-bye, bye-bye. I love you even better. All right, look after you guys. Yourself, guys. If you're like having heat as well, make sure you're staying hydrated. Make sure you're staying cool. Look after yourself. And yeah, I'll see you guys later. Rest well, you too, cutie. I hope the countryside stuff goes well. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Bye, guys. I love you. Goodbye. K-Max. Bye, Millie. Stay safe. Goodbye. I'm Batman.